Hello, hello. This is a test to see if anyone can hear me out there, if anyone's even watching. I'm kind of throwing this together. All right. Anyone is out there watching in chat? Yes, this is for West Virginia, Sam. This is kind of a, if you can hear me, do let me know if you can actually hear me. And you hear me on the mic. This is for West Virginia. This is kind of a last-minute throw-together thing, so you'll have to forgive me if there's any issue. I wasn't actually expecting to stream this or anything. Kind of just came up out of nowhere, so. But we were doing what we can. Hopefully this will go smoothly. It says, yeah, I am losing connection from his feed every once in a while, but hopefully that doesn't become a huge issue. Working on it. Let's see. Sound is good. Okay, awesome. Thank you, Sam. Yeah, sorry. Like I said, this is a very last minute thing, and I'm like trying to work out a bunch of streaming issues here on the spot because I definitely wasn't 100% prepared to stream for this. But hey, that's okay. We're gonna do what we can. Let me see if I can get some updated names for you because I believe they had a few last minute entries that they are changing. And Sam, if you or anyone else is willing to to like advertise for this in, you know, the NA page Discord. I'd be grateful because I don't have time. I haven't had time to do it with this. Okay, so it looks like it should be. Hopefully I've got the right side. So I think this should be Will Kwan. Will KWN versus Steve Byrne. Stephen Byrne. Michael's son, perhaps? Okay, here we go. All right. As a reminder, too, to anyone watching, this is Opus 19 still, so we are not, even though Opus 20, of course, pre-release was yesterday. Hope you all got good stuff out of your kits. I know I didn't. Didn't get any full arts. I was very disappointed. But this is an Opus 19 contest, so Soldier Althea is still legal. None of the Opus 20 cards are legal yet. Oh, let me get some more light for myself. Yeah, there's probably a bit of a delay. And I will try to check back in on chat as well, but like I said, since I'm also running all the stream stuff on my end and making sure that works. Like I said, I apologize. There's no like fancy bells and whistles or anything, but it's definitely woke up this morning and it was like, oh, hey, can you stream this? I was like, I could try. And just to add to the misery, my microphone stand broke too, so I'm going to have to use an alternate one. So hopefully, sound all right. Oops, the title is terrible. Hold on. There we go. I don't know why that... or why it's doing that thing. Okay. It doesn't like when I go mess with the... I just realized it was on Octagon matches. Like, that's not good. And it's flickering in and out. That I'm not... I don't know if that's... as far as I can tell, everything's okay on my end, so that might be the store's connection. But anyway, looks like we are getting started. Oops, bit of a glare, but we pitched a Squall for... is that a Magisa? Or it's something that searched out Thor. Oh, it's Hope. Okay, this is a 13 deck. So Hope, looks like we're going to search out Zaz, actually. Immediately play it. Oh, nice, we've got Godot, that's why. So Hope will search out Zaz. We'll actually play Godot. Godot will allow us to play Zaz for free. And we're just saying, yep. Hope you wanted this to be a short match, because I'm planning to knock you out in just a few turns. Good old Final Fantasy 13, fresh off a victory from North Carolina last week. So Zaz into Hope into Godot. Assuming I've got the names correct, Steven on the right is definitely going to want some kind of anti-aggro tool here, or he could be looking at a very short game. We did not search out Light Lightning, so we either have it in our hand, or we're just like, no, actually, we're just going to get there without that. Oh, Shantoto? Yep. I was like, I once I see +3 cards getting disrupted, there goes old Toto. So Steven does develop a backup. Yeah, Will is the 13 player. Okay, good. I do have them correctly. And we put Dodge out. We do not opt to discard. So now we both have a backup. So, like, if you erase that first turn, you know, it just looks like we both just played a turn 1 backup, right? Even though Shantoto tells a very different story. The good news for Will is he didn't lose a light lightning, so other than the hope, he still pretty much has all of his key pieces. Like, I don't think you're too upset for losing Godot and what's his face, Zaz. Okay. Ice Earth on Steven's side, and he puts out Remedy. Very interesting. So Remedy will say that anytime our opponent were to search for a card, they'll have to discard as well. And then if they do discard for any reason, Remedy's going to go search us out a copy of Sid Randall. Now, I thought I did. Yeah, we've got a Sid Randall in our hand, so unfortunately that's one less one we're going to be able to get. Here comes Vanille on curve. So here we go. All right. So Will's going to play right into that. He is going to search a card. He's going to be forced to discard it immediately. Not the card he searches necessarily. It's just discard from hand, so he'll get to choose. He opts to get Fang. And Steve just saying, all right, Remedy trigger. Good card to see early. And you'll get that little swing, right? Your opponent goes down 1, and then you go up 1 if you're able to search out the Sid Randall. How good is Sid Randall in this matchup? It does turn off a card like Vanille's entry. It turns off Zidane's entry. But it doesn't do anything to Lightning. Doesn't do anything to Zidane attack. Doesn't really affect Fang. Would affect Hope. So it's got some stuff. It just kind of depends, right? Some cards it will do something against, others it not so much. Steven hasn't taken a point of damage, so if he's able to, I think you just take your time and kind of curve out. Yep, get set up here, and that's exactly what he's going to do. Rydia is going to go get, of course, Unaleska and Hekaton Kyre, and this is already looking pretty rough for 13. Really wants to be able to get, especially if it can get off that first power attack, right? You get that turn where you get the 4 attackers, you draw back to 2 cards, you put them up to 4 damage. Even if you get wiped after that, you have so many more resources and you've put them to such a kind of a high damage threshold that it's kind of okay. You know, not okay, but it's all right if you get board wiped. But without getting any of those attacks off, like now it's got to basically struggle from the beginning, and giving especially an Ice Earth opponent just any time to get set up and breathe and control the game, you're going to be in trouble. So here comes Fang. We can reduce the next card by 1. No, got nothing else to play. Here comes Vanille. There is Larcacious into damage. And that Hekaton, right, is just threatening that, like, hey, if I have to, I'll take this whole board down with me. Don't push me, bud. I'll do it. We will counterattack with our own Remedy and hit a, can't quite tell, it's a little off the screen, but presumably no EX burst. And hey, there's Sid Randall. All right, nice. Looks like we got down Unaleska as well, so we are ready to start junking our opponent's hand. Again, how good is the Sid? It really depends what we play. This would be a good turn for the Lightning. Especially, too, as Steven commits more forwards to the board, that just means his Hekaton is also taking out his own board as well. So I like the Lightning and even the Null here if you've got it. And you can just have a big pressure turn. Oh, we're going to use the Bahamut. Nice. Gets rid of the Sid Randall. Okay, so surely there must be a forward. No? Interesting. Now, the Sid Randall was 8k due to Remedy, so maybe that's what he was worried about. The Fang, even with the buff, wasn't enough to get over it. Vanille still could have. Or maybe he's just kind of... yeah, so it was either he wanted to make sure he got 2 attacks in. Because he didn't play anything that would be stopped. Here comes Remedy. There goes Zaz. Probably going to Hekaton, I'd imagine. Or no, we've got a Tiger. Yeah, that's a great play for Steve. Has to play it off the backups exactly, but... can now start locking down one of these forwards, or nope, never mind. We're Really? We're going to Amaterasu that? I don't know if that was worth it. Obviously, it's great to stop the dull freeze, but you didn't kill it, so and he can just keep doing that every turn. So essentially, his text instead read, "Your opponent discards 2 cards from hand." I think that's kind of worse than a single dull freeze, because you don't really care if he hits the backup. If he hits Vanille, who cares? Like, I don't know, man. I don't know about that one. Vanille does swing in, but yeah, this Tiger's going to start putting in work, and presumably Unalesca's going to go after our opponent's hand as well. And if there are messages in chat, I apologize. Kind of the way it's setting up since I'm the one streaming. Can't check on those too frequently. Here comes our Tiger. We will dull and freeze Lady Fang. Hit our opponent for a 3rd point of damage. Can't quite tell what that is, unfortunately. All of his stuff's just off screen. That one's got a major glare. It's looking good for Ice Earth. I mean, you can't ever, 13 does have him on 4 damage. You do have to be a little wary of that sneaky hit. And we haven't seen a light lightning yet. There's Mr. Tyro. Go search us out, Weiss. Yeah, so this could be the last turn for 13. Not from a lethal sense, but just that, like, to have any kind of resources. So we want to see Lightning and Null on the 13 side, like, right now. We haven't seen a single Lightning. I can't tell if he's been forced to pitch one or not. Which is interesting, because if he hasn't been forced to pitch one, it means that in the beginning he didn't search for it, because he got rid of his whole hand at one point, so he would have had it. So he just opted not to go for the Lightning. Maybe trying to value it later. I'm not sure. So looks like we do have a Fang in hand. Y'shtola, of course, would be great here. Would basically guarantee a point of damage. Wouldn't have quite enough to take off the Tiger, but could take out Remedy. We did have other Null, and we put down, is that a Lumina? No, is that a Reeve? For Zidane. Yeah, that's a good one. That's a good one. See our opponent's hand. That glare. I thought I saw... We know the Hecaton's in there. Okay, Hecaton, Kuchaspel, and was it Weiss? Yeah, Hecaton, Kuchaspel, and Weiss. I'm not 100% sure who we picked. Attack Vanille. Vanille's still 9. Probably don't want to trade the Tiger out for that. Although we are going to go to 6 now, because Zidane's going to sneak right into this. We have a Knight, a Weiss, and a Kuchaspel. I wonder if you leave that hand alone. Like, I don't believe Nero is down, so Weiss, you're going to have to combine Weiss with Unalesca. Nope, he goes again and gets rid of it. Puts us to damage 6. Hecaton is quite good here if we didn't remove it. I don't know if he kept it or not, but if we still had it, it's good because it'll kill everything but the Tiger, but he probably got rid of it. The Tiger can lock down the Zidane. He's going to have to, because nothing else can block it at the moment. Tiger's such a good Ice Earth card. Go freeze anything and maintain the blocker. That's what you want, baby. I thought Ice Earth might be able to kind of stabilize, pull this back, but 13 still threatening. And again, we haven't even seen like Lightning. Can't tell what that was into damage. Unfortunately, I can't see any of Will's damage. That's it. We did. Oh no, we attacked Remedy. There's Bahamut. I think that's Bahamut. We can leave the Tyro up now too for Hecaton. Yeah, there it is. So either we hadn't gotten rid of it or we drew into another one. And then Physalis, nice. Looks like we're opting to draw instead of Dull Freeze. Or maybe both of our backups are frozen. Yeah, we froze both of our backups. If we could somehow play a Zidane here, we can cheat out a win. Y'shtola would be great as well if we had that. Lightning and Null can attack, but I don't think they're going to be big enough to get over these forwards. So Will And now it has turned back on him, so it's kind of Ishtola or bust this turn. Because I think, again, I can't 100% see his damage, but I think he's on 5, if I'm not mistaken. And presumably, if he had Ishtola, he would just pop it and drop it, right? Let her come down, extend the hand, GG. So, the fact that he doesn't, either that or he's got it, he's just heavily, heavily contemplating to make sure. Because unless Steve has his hand somewhere on, I don't see anything for Steve's hand. I think he played his whole hand out for that. So if you've got the Ishtola, it's a free win, right? Or the Zidane. We did have Bahamut. Not enough to reduce the cost currently. Play, is that Princess Goblin? Yeah, okay. Get Light Lightning. I mean, we can play it. She's not going to be able to get over any of these forwards, and we will break the Goblin. Interesting. I don't think I've seen that one in a 13 deck before. Check and chat really quick. Yep, okay. And just the fist bump extends, says nothing else to do. Okay. Or does he have the Null? He has Null and Fang. He wasn't able to play the Null though, right? Because he didn't have Lightning CP. Because Null, obviously, we could have dulled both of the forwards, but he didn't have enough to do. And maybe that's what he was saying is like, hey, if you hadn't Null froze, the backups, I could have done the Null into the Lightning and just snuck it away. So I'm assuming Steve won that one, given that Will. Yeah, technically Steve would, of course, had to deal the damage on his turn, but given the fist bump, Will, I'm assuming Steve got that one. Because the only thing, if he had the Null and the Fang in hand with both his backups frozen, he couldn't have even played the Lightning and the Fang. Yeah, so Steven Byrne should be the winner for that one. Congrats to him. Very fortunate he had that Shantoto turn 1, right, when Will went as aggressive as he did. We never got to see the Lightning. We saw it searched out there at the end, but she didn't make an appearance here. It's a bit very different for 13. I mean, it's, to be fair, still got him to 6 damage, right? So it's not like he just got completely blown out. That Tiger was a great, such a good stabilizer. Again, you can keep him up for defense, keep locking down the biggest threat on the board. I do love that card. Interesting, too, to see the Remedy in the Sid Randall. So we'll go ahead and update Steve Byrne. Let me get... and we'll put a loss for him. There we go. Okay. That should let folks know that are coming in. Isn't watching it. Perfect. Okay, if anyone is in chat, just do let me know if you can't hear or see anything at any point. Like I said, I kind of had to slapdash this together right before we got started, so unfortunately I'm not really able to keep an eye on the chat and run the stream and the commentary all at once, so I'm a bit of a one-man band here at the moment, although I do have Mr. Jeremy Reckon from the Bear Den feeding me info right from the store, which is greatly appreciated, so thank you for that, sir. And let's see. can I put on? So it looks like we'll be on a quick break. I'm going to go ahead and transition us over to that in a moment. Except nothing's showing up for that. Why is that not showing up? God, it's being so strange with all my sources today. Yeah, I have a little break scene graphic I can put up, but for some reason it's not showing it to me on Streamlabs right now, and so like I'm afraid to switch it over because I don't want the actual game to get messed up. So I guess we'll just have to. Let me see if I can pull up some music for everyone. I don't think I have any output though, so no one can probably hear that. Which again would be on the break scene, but and looks like there's about 10 minutes left in the round. All right, all right. Looks like we've got round 2 coming up. We have, let's see. So it looks like this is going to be Michael Byrne versus Will Coghill. Whoops. Another Will. That's kind of funny. Coghill. Get these names adjusted for you. Another Byrne, too. Let's see. So this will be... Should be round 2. Getting everything updated here. Okay. So it looks like Mike should be on like a Warrior of Light list, and Will is on... I think Will is on 13 as well. So see if I got them on the right side, otherwise I'll have to adjust them. Make sure the stream's still running there. Yep, okay, perfect. All right. Let me know, of course, if anyone has any audio issues, anything else. I'm, of course, Rudros, but this was kind of a last-minute thing to pop up that was kind of unexpectedly streaming this morning, so... I might have it mixed up. Michael might be on the left. Yellow dice as well. Okay, yeah, looks like I've got it mixed up. Hold on. Hold on. Will's going to go for our classic 13 opening. There's hope. Wonder if Mike's like, oh, goody, more 13. Okay, there we go. So I did have it mixed up. So Will is on the right side. He is our 13 player. Mike is our Warrior of Light player. And looks like you're doing the old bread and butter opening. Hope Vanille goes and searches out Fang, implying that we do have lightning in hand. And I'm pretty sure Mike has some sweepers. He's going to have Toto. He's going to have... Looks like he played... Was that Amber? Okay. Elvis is pretty nice here, too. Elvis, if we can get one more soiree, like a Shinju into an Elvis, we've got 3 backups. We can pick off one of these forwards. Lightning, a lot less threatening when there's not 3 full attackers coming in. Unfortunately, due to that glare, couldn't quite tell what that was. I'm sorry, I'm viewing this through a streaming window, too, so I don't have, like, the biggest view I would like. Looks like we put down Shinju, is that right? Yep. So probably going to take a bunch of damage this turn. Granted, it is Soiree, and I know Michael has a ton of EX bursts in this deck. So it is your Soiree Wolmik, so he's hoping to get a little help from... Get by with a little help from my bursts. And there it is. There's Lady Lightning. You probably want to swing in her with her first point of damage is... I'm guessing that was a Kuseth. He put it off the screen, but... Considering he got back Arc, I'm guessing it was Kuseth. Yep, so there's the draw. Hit again. Again, couldn't see what it is. Presumably it didn't react. Michael, show it to me, man. It killed something. What would that have been? He doesn't have enough for Elvis. Was it a 6-cost Leviathan? Oh, man, I really wish he had those on the screen. I have no idea. I can't even see his damage zone, barely. But I'm pretty sure he's got 3 damage. I'll see if I can't. Let's see, Mike. Ooh. Or no, he should have 4, right? Because of the lightning? Or did it stop before the lightning hit? I think he has 3. See, and I don't want to like write it out if it's not correct. But I can't see it. He put it off the camera. Let's see if anyone in chat picked up on it. Nope. Either way, we definitely need some removal here. Get rid of a Furion for a Shantoto and everything else he pitched. Do wipe the board clean. So as long as Will can't respond with a lot of aggression, which he does have a full hand, so he could just punch right back in. Michael, of course, hoping to stabilize. Not a cheap Shantoto, but it got the job done. There's a Fang. And we're just going to pass after that. Or no. Or maybe he was saying, hey, I'm going to use the action. He probably was saying, use the action ability. And Mike's like, yep, that's fine. There's Vanille. Vanille will go get us probably, that light lightning right there on the bottom. Right? I like that quite a bit. And you don't even have to drop her out right now. You can be patient. He's debating, though. I don't think there's really... Yeah, there's no point to put the lightning out here, right? The only thing it does is it gets you 1 point closer. He does have Knoll in hand, too, though, so he is ready to just run Michael over next turn if he can't get some of these forwards off the field. A Hecaton Sweeper would be good. Any kind of removal in the form of... Elvis, assuming he doesn't have that. I'm pretty sure that's Shinju down, right? In his backup line? Or is that Lexa? The glare, I cannot tell what these cards are. There's Zidane. So it's probably Lexa. Yeah, okay, maybe it is Lexa. Yep, he says, all right. No lightning for you, sir. Do you attack with the Zidane, though? Yeah, he's going to go in. Can technically be blocked by Fang, but that would be a bad trade for Will. Do you get rid of the Knoll? He gets rid of the Lumina. Yeah, he says, nope, I don't want you to search out the next one. Will draw into the next card and take a point of damage, or unless he wants to block, which he doesn't. There goes Larketius. I mean, that Knoll could still potentially come down next turn if we have the colors for it. So I feel like Michael's got to do something else. Pitches Warrior of Light, pitches Amber, puts out Rosa. Okay, yeah. Can reactivate the Zidane, and then on our opponent's turn, we can also buff one of these forwards by 1,000, turn Rosa into a 9k. We drew Amaterasu and another Fang. That's not helpful. I don't know if we can play that Nolan hand, because he got rid of the Lumina. I don't know if he also has Lightning CP. He does have a Larketius backup, so we could remove one of these forwards from the game. Yeah, it was a bit of a crummy draw there for Will. Yep, we will go with Larketius, presumably get rid of the Rosa. Even though Zidane's, of course, a pain as well. Yeah, and Michael on the way out says, okay, gives Zidane 1,000 power. It's an 8k. You don't want to swing into that. And we'll just pass. Yep. Gotta take the time and hope we can get a better hand next turn. We do still have Amaterasu in hand. So if Michael drops anything that's very, very threatening, we would have to lose our entire hand. But we could put it out there. Someone in the chat did suggest one of those EX bursts could have been the Light Tidus. Yeah, that's very possible as well. It's your guess is as good as mine, because he not only did he not like show it to the camera as he flipped it over, he put it off to the side, so I have no idea. And man, that glare is rough. I can't even tell what he put down. Is he searching? Is it Tyro? Okay, it's Tyro. There it is. Now I can see. I love it when he's like his hands cast a shadow over the card, and then I can actually see what it is. Searched out. This is like the tail of the tape for me. Is like he did something. He did something else. Another something because I can't see anything. I couldn't even tell what he searched out there. Like I said, I'm looking through a slightly smaller screen too, so I can't pick up on some of the details like I normally would. There's Null. All right, so we are threatening 3 attackers. No lightning though. And we're casting Bahamut on Zidane. Is this enough? Again, I'm not sure if Mike's on 3 or 4 damage. If it was a burst to get rid of the lightning, he should be on 3 damage, right? So attack Null. Mike, show me the damage, please. I don't know what it was. Hit something. There is a slight pause, so it's either a burst that's needing to be resolved or Will's thinking about something. Presumably it's an EX burst. Yep, it was he did something. He pointed at Fang. Another point. I'm assuming that's Arc, considering we just revealed 3. Did we only reveal 3? Nope. Well, I guess it didn't matter because Mike gave him the fist bump, so it looks like 13 took it regardless. What would he hit that would reveal 3? Oh, it's a Chocobo summon. That's what it was. Okay. Okay. So it looks like he did hit a few bursts. One that it looked like it targeted the Fang, but again, I couldn't tell what it was, and it clearly didn't stop it. I don't think so. 13 getting a little revenge for that one. The first Will, it fell short in the first round, but in this round, it was the reverse. The burn one last time, and then the Will one last time, and now it is the flip. So let me update that. So Michael got us. Oh, let me. Nope. Ta-da. And Will got the win. Congratulations to him. It's 213 we've seen in a row. Maybe folks are feeling emboldened after its big win last week. I mean, granted, I'm sure 13 was always just like, why wouldn't you attempt to bring it? It can do its thing. There we go. So Will was the winner in round 2. Michael took the loss on that one. I'm assuming that would make Michael 1-1, Will 2-0. I do not have the records officially, but I also know they are kind of trying to mix up who is and isn't on stream, so we might not necessarily always be seeing people with perfect records. And I'm going to message Mr. Reckon, who's helping me out here today. He's feeding me some info from the store, and it's his VOD we're watching through. See if I can't. Either we zoom the camera out maybe a hair, or maybe I just got to tell whoever's sitting there, like, hey, make sure to don't put your cards past the F in the word for, because I couldn't see it at all. $13 could be gunning for another victory today, but did get stopped in round 1 against Ice Earth. Again, unfortunately, I couldn't really see Michael's hand, or so I don't really know what other options he did or didn't have. The Zidane obviously was nice to get rid of the lightning. Rosa could have been a decent deterrent there for a minute, but the Larcacious, of course, just removed that right away. And then the Bahamut to finish off the Zidane was... Yeah, he got the Tyro, but whatever he searched off the Tyro, he didn't even have the resources to play it, so... If he could have lived one more turn, maybe it was Warrior of Light, maybe he then would have been able to stabilize off of that, but... 13 just hit that gas far too quick. All right, yeah. What if it's gonna be a day of 13? We just see all the 13 matches on on the stream. And I'll ask too. Let me see if I can get some more store info. Find out how many rounds we've got today. What's Top Cut? Let's see if my break scene. I don't know why my break scene isn't working, but I really don't want to take it over there because I don't mind leaving it on the, especially since we have the winner. So we'll leave it in there. So give me 1 second. I'm going to try to find out some info for those of you watching. Appreciate watching. I believe this is the Four Horsemen Comics and Gaming. Yeah, it looks like he might be trying to adjust the camera there. All right, and we will be back shortly with round 3. I'm going to try and get some more store info for you. So thank you for anyone watching. Hope you're enjoying. And yeah, just kind of threw this together today. So might not be the most idealized version, but we're happy to at least be able to show some action for you. Cecil, the reason it works with him is because you are still casting Cecil, you're just paying an alternative cost for him. So that's why she fixes the Cecil. All right, and I just got a little update for the tournament, and I'll put this in the chat as well. Looks like we have... There's going to be 5 rounds. There's going to be no breaks cut to top 8. And a total of 28 players. Whoops. There we go. Okay. All right, queuing up for round 3 here. Looks like we might have a repeat on stream here. And it sounds like we've got Will versus Shane Beckman. Let's see. Looks like they're trying to... Okay, so I think Will is in the same spot, because I recognize his big yellow die. Will is in the yellow, yeah. So it looks like it should be Will. So we're going to get 13 again. It's going to be a day of 13, folks. And then... this should be Shane Beckman. Shane... M-A-N... All right. And this will be round 3. Get everything updated for you. Ta-da. All right. So, Will, we know, is on 13. Let me see. I've got Shane's deck list here. Looks like he is running Terra Lock, Cloud Kryl, Zidane, Garnet, Prish, Tyro. It's got all... I think this is Earth Wind. Huh, interesting. Yeah, this looks like an Earth Wind deck. I see a Tomos. I see backup Rydia, Tyro, Cosmos as well. Interesting. Curious to see what this deck is. Oh, okay. This is I think this is a Terra Summon deck. Wow, and Will just starts with a Godot into Zidane. Goes ahead and removes a Tyro from the game. Goes again. Yeah, so this is a Opus 15 Legend Terra kind of cast summon deck. Forgive me, I was looking at the what's it called? Deck list. All right, but it does look like, so he dealt a point of damage. Again, can't, man, I need to notice, like, someone tell the players to put their damage a little closer to just adjust the camera a smidge. Looks like we removed 2 backups from Shane's hand, which is quite a good opening for Zidane. We were still able to get down a single backup on Shane's part. Man, he's got to be careful here. If we drop a lightning, I mean, granted, we don't have 3 13 attackers, but yeah, the hits could come quick and heavy here if we're not careful. And yep, there's a lightning. So it won't be the extra point of damage, but Zidane is also going to let us sculpt our opponent's hand, which is huge. So lightning is going to go in first, buff the board by 1,000, hit some kind of EX burst. Tyro, I'm guessing. Tyro with the bonus burst. Terra, yep. Okay, so I'm assuming that's Tyro. I'm going to go search out Terra. Terra will be great in this matchup if we can get her going. She can just freeze out all these forwards and say, hey, doesn't matter how many bodies you have if none of them can attack me. However, Zidane has not attacked yet, so we could just remove that Terra. Draw a card off the lightning, hit a damage, cannot see it through the glare. Here comes Zidane. We have Terra, we have Rydia, I see Asura, I see Kryl. Asura, Kryl, I think maybe that's Mist Dragon behind as well. Rydia, Kryl, Terra, Asura, Mist Dragon. I feel like the Terra is going to be the most efficient card, especially with that many summons in hand, that she can essentially just freeze out this entire board. No, he opts to go for the Rydia. He just wants to keep him off those backups. And we take another point of damage. Do we have a Shantoto in hand? That would clean this board up very nicely, assuming we weren't able to draw into an Amaterasu. But I think we had a Mist Dragon in hand too, didn't we? If that was in fact a Mist Dragon, I think we have enough to Toto and still cancel the Amat. But assuming we don't have Toto, we can just go in on the Terra. No, he just... just a raw Mist Dragon. He's trying to dig for something. So a deck like this generally wants a bunch of colors, and is that it? Oh my gosh. 13 is just taking no prisoners. Yeah, Shane just scooped it up. I'm assuming he was bricked on colors. That, you know, we only had that Moogle down. So the Terra, even though we had it, we didn't actually have any ICP to get it out. Oof. That was rough. I mean, Will, with that opening of Godot into Zidane, it's just was brutal. We ripped the Tyro. We ripped one of the other backups. Tyro could have at least color fixed us. Like, that was a quick one. Will taking no freaking prisoners there, man. "13 is on a quest for vengeance." Let me get these scores updated. Man, these are going to be a lot of short matches on stream if it's 13 every time. It has lost once. It did lose in the opening against Ice Earth, but since then it's like, oh, I'll teach you who can lose 13. I don't think so. Everyone has become blinded by the light since then. Yeah, wow. Well, that was quick and dirty. There you go. There's your round 3. So if you want to watch and go ahead and stretch your legs, go for a coffee break, walk the dog. You've got some time before the next round begins, because that one felt like it was over before it even began. Pretend I'm Matthew McConaughey. All right, all right, all right. As we got round, this is going to be round 4, correct? Looks like we've got Michael Powell versus Jason Richardson. I believe Jason is on the right here. And then that would make this Mr. Michael Powell. I think that's the Moogle Man himself, if I'm not mistaken. CHAEL. Ta-da. And this will be round 4. That means there's only one round after this, and then we're already into top cut territory. Let's see. Let me make this a little bigger for everybody. Jason looks good. There we go. All right. So it looks like Michael is on Sonin, Renea, Vanille, X-Death, Man in Black. So it looks like he's on Earth Lightning. And it looks like Jason is on Mono Water. So 2 new matchups we'll get to see here. Perfect. So Earth Lightning versus Mono Water. That is an interesting one. So Earth Lightning has a lot of ways to deal with the break zone of Mono Water. So we can kind of prevent that Lena. Mono Water is, of course, nothing to be sneezed at, and not something you really want to mess with either. So this is going to be a tough one. Shout out to the Giant Dice, right? Yeah. I am digging the Giant Dice as well. Looks like Jason is going first. And we're just going to put out Tidus turn 1. Okay. Well, not bad. I mean, Tidus a good burn card, of course, but probably wanted to see at least 1 or 2 backups, maybe even a Sildra. But it's what he's got. Surely Michael is going to have some sweepers to deal with this card, such as Hecaton Kyre or Shantoto. So he'll probably take a few points of damage, but if he's able to, I'm sure he's going to be more than happy to just take his time, set up his backups here, start generating those resources. And suddenly he's like, nah, forget all that. I'm just going to blast this Tidus into oblivion. Oh, let's go ahead and fix that. Round box. There we go. Looks like he puts down... Is that Rydia? Yeah. Ta-da. There we go. I'll cover up the dark space a little bit. Rydia is going to search us out. Surely a Hecaton Kyre. And probably Seymour is the backup, I would imagine. Man, that glare on the left side is a tough. It's a tough one, isn't it? So it is the Seymour, and was it the Hecaton as well? Or was it a Lightning? No, it's Ramu. Okay. Seymour is going to go potentially search out a summon, put it on top of our deck. But he would have had to have searched out a different color, so I'm assuming he grabbed an Earth Summon. Dude, that glare, I cannot see what any of these cards are. Someone like holding an umbrella over the playmat. Okay, he's got Kusith in hand. Gonna stack. Oh, nice. Yeah, that's a good one to stack right on top. Just saying, hey, you go ahead and hit me, but I will get 1 card back from my break zone. Draw Poo Poo and Echidna. And Echidna's just going to get us back that Poo Poo. We've got a Blue Worm as well. Yep, I'm going to try to dig a little deeper. There's Sildra. So we can finally go get some backups. Do you attack with the Tidus here? You know you're giving him a free card, but you're also putting on that point. Yep, and he says, yep, I don't care. It's our Kusith bonus burst. We'll get back to Branth. Hopefully all of this is... Okay. Making sure everyone can still see all right. We could Soldier. We might wait and see if we can't get a Yuna just to get that much deeper in before we cast that Sildra. We are going to put down the Delusory Warlock. Go search out probably the Earth one. What is the Earth one called? I want to say Delusory Shantoto. But both of these will reduce the cost of X-Death. Also reduce the cost of mannequins, but I do not believe that is the goal. Or it color fixes the mannequins. The point is to just... It's a backup that searches a backup. Lady of Antiquity, that's what she's called. Here comes Tidus again. This time we don't know what's on top. And it is... I have no idea. The players, like, they'll look at it, and then they put it off the screen. So I cannot see what damage they're hitting. It's honestly a bit of a problem. Probably Hecaton. No, it looks like he'd considered dropping Hecaton for a second. No, is he still going to go with it? Yep, he is. Just says, all right, Tidus has done enough. Be gone, please. And presumably we're just going to pass after that, unless we want to get out that Lady of Antiquity, yeah. Are we going to Sildra on at the end of our opponent's turn? Because we have a card, like Ash is a pointless card for us in hand, right? Doesn't do anything with no backups. He's thinking about it. He's like, now is the time to... Yep, now is the time to Sildra. We'll get rid of a Porum. It looks like maybe one other card. Oh, excuse me. Ooh, sneezes came up on me out of nowhere. Finally doing Sildra things. Possibly one of the last times we're going to see Sildra. So farewell, you beautiful Amano summon. You were just too strong for this game. And draw into a Leviathan and a Kadaj. Definitely we could put the Yuna out. You could do the Summoner too, get the Sildra right back, but then it's still another 4 to cost it. I don't hate slapping out Kadaj here either. It's pressure, and it's so much harder to deal with. You have to save summons to deal with it, because all of his on-entry ability removals, Kadaj is going to get dodged, and he's got to be thinking that as well. Yeah, no, he plays the Summoner, so he's presumably going to get back Sildra. You could pitch Porum for the Yuna, or you could just wait till next turn. Yeah, I don't think... Let's see if I can pull up Michael's list really quick. Yep, just passes after that. Doesn't opts to just kind of be a little patient. So Michael has... Oh, we do have Art Chaos. Okay, so that's how you could deal with the Kadaj, is you get the Art Chaos out. Although, again, that is quite more expensive against Mono Water. But other than that, yeah, he doesn't have a whole lot to deal with Kadaj there. He does have a Fenrir, so I guess Fenrir's his other way. So he does have a few summons. Man in Black's going to come in, going to try and recurse a summon from the break zone. Make it the Ramu. Ramu, of course, can bop any of these monsters pretty much anytime he feels like it. Yeah, and see right there, if we'd have dropped Kadaj, we could have eaten away at those summons in the break zone. Not that you necessarily knew Man in Black was coming down, but... Michael is a shuffling fiend over there. Shuffle, 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 tap. Shuffle, 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 tap. Shuffle, 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 tap. It's like clockwork. Set your watch to it. A shuffle watch, that'd be kind of neat. I don't know how that would work. So are we going to try and go in for another Sildra? Surely you would get Yuna down if you're going to do that first, right? Yep, so we will get Yuna down. We can go into another Sildra here. Yep, here comes Sildra. Ideally, you want to do it before your opponent gets a Mist Dragon online, and we can just start stopping all that. You can get Geomancer. Could get Waka. I feel like you definitely still want to curve out a bit more on your backups. Yep, Waka's going to be one of our targets. Probably Geomancer. Yeah, there we go. Waka and Geomancer. Okay, you asked for a brother. And this Waka, of course, much better than his new Opus 20 version. I'll be surprised if that card sees much play outside of any kind of like draft or sealed environment. And if anyone's in chat's watching, I changed a little thing on the stream so I could seal a little better. Please let me know if that messes with anything for what you can see. Hopefully it doesn't. All right. Bit of a slower start for Mono Water, especially since the Tidus is... Tidus, I mean, he got in 2 points of damage, but, you know, it's not what you want to start with. You want to start with the Sildra, the Yuna, anything of that nature. Here comes the Man in Black, going to recur another summon from our break zone. Oh, boy. He's just powering up the old storage space. Water's going to take its first point of damage. Ooh, and it's Big Leviathan, Lord of the Whirl. Michael's happy to see that one go. Jason, not so much. And we're going to put down the Lady of Antiquity finally. Just thinking about something. Probably not going to Shanto to his own board. That doesn't quite seem worth it. We do have an Arc in hand. We could do Gabranth if we wanted to search into something. Maybe, what can Gabranth search? Other than Man in Black. We could get the Chaos. Not that there's any forwards to use it on right now, and he's already got one dark card in hand, but you would have technically the Chaos Arc in hand. I think the thing is, too, is like if he can't just play Lady of Antiquity, he still would have too much for hand size. I mean, you could always blow the Ramu, right? It might feel you'd at least get rid of a monster. He's going to spend the Kusith, yep. Get back the Lady of Antiquity, and presumably put it onto the field. Yep, we'll pitch Gabranth, Lady of Antiquity. Do we still have too many in hand? We still have we've just got too many resources. If you don't have another backup again, you could just get the Ramu. No, he just discards for turn. Yeah. Says, all right, well, we're going to discard down for hand size. Now back to Jason's turn. I really kind of do want to see this Kadaj come down. You can just start chumping away. Don't let him get back that Kusith. Don't let him get back all those tools in his break zone. And, you know, make him find the Fenrir, make him find all that other stuff that... We're activating Echidna. Okay. Going to attack. Michael could stop this with the Ramu if he wanted and prevent the card draw, too. Which maybe he's considering. Yep. Looks like he is going to use the Ramu. Yeah, and just say break it. And just the Man in Black. I think the Man in Black is optional about who it targets. Otherwise, he'd be forced to target himself. But, I mean, he's dull anyway, so he's not attacking or blocking. But I thought it was up to. Yeah, there we go. That's what I wanted to see. Here comes Kadaj. He's like, yeah, let's go ahead and get rid of some of these summons. The Ramu for sure. And the Kusith, yeah. Yeah, I don't think you care as much if he pulls back the Hecaton. And then, are we going to flicker? We got something else we want to put down. We've got Waka in hand. Nope, yeah, so we went on the Kadaj. All right, so Kadaj is finally out. So now Michael will have to have some sort of instant threat like a Fenrir or an Arc to deal with it. Honestly, paying 9 for Arc isn't the worst thing you can do to deal with a Kadaj. We will get Hecaton Kyre. Hit a point of damage. It is a Opus Set 18 Leviathan. Cancels auto abilities from forwards. Hits into damage. And Mr. X Death. So Kadaj's work is going to be done for him. We had a pretty big break zone over there. And yeah, it's going bye-bye. Yeah, and he was checking the cost on the X Death, but X Death is reduced by 2 thanks to the 2 mannequin backups. 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Looks like we had 8 removed on Jason's side, so they're probably trying to determine if this is enough. If that's enough to remove a backup, man, that's going to suck. That summoner's going bye-bye, and he's going to have So Kadaj will enter. We'll dull. Okay, it wasn't quite enough to have the X-Death fully online. Surely it's got 10,000 power. But it didn't have quite the full 20. So a boon there for Jason, because if he went down to 2 cards on the field, 3, I guess, if you count the blue worm. Here comes Kadaj. We'll deal a point of damage, which couldn't see what it was. I think he's on 3 damage. I'm trying to keep track of that, but man, oh man, I really wish it was on screen. All right, here comes Waka. Porum, Sildra, Cuchulain. I don't hate the Cuchulain here, actually. Just in case he could get the X-Death up. Granted, I don't know how you would do that with all the breakstones already removed. But obviously very easy to cast off the 1 backup. You could still cast Sildra, though, right? Yeah, you could just Sildra off of the 1 backup. So that's probably the right call. And Geomancer, nice. So while we did lose our break zone, Kadaj is being a bit of a menace, and we are curving out our backups on Jason's side. For Michael's side, though, he's got, he can outrace Jason here. He's got 2 attackers. He doesn't have to worry about a free Leviathan anytime soon, other than one coming in getting hard cast for the full amount. Just checking comments really quick. And we did. We pitched another Hecaton. There goes a blue worm into damage. No help on the burst for Jason. Here comes X-Death. And finally, there's a burst. Bonus burst. We'll go ahead and send Man in Black back to the hand. Just to make sure that he's got to repay for it again. Which, I say, Michael might just slam it down again here. There's no summon to grab, but yep, he's back. All right, here comes Kadaj. Kadaj will go ahead and dull Man in Black out of the way. Yeah, Kadaj is doing his work, but I'm pretty sure Michael's only on 4 damage. So he is going to get outraced. Or Jason will get outraced. So he's got to have either removal or... We do have Tros in hand. Tros not bad here, as he can come online as well. We do have Ash as well. Ash could... Not enoug to get this X-Death currently, or the Man in Black. Hit damage. Couldn't tell what it was. I think we're on 5. I need, you know what I'm going to do? I'm going to pull out a die. And just kind of try to keep track with the die next to me, because every time I see it, point taken. Oh, man, he's got a Soldier Search. He's got room for 1 more backup, which you do kind of want for the Ash, right? So, like, if you have another Geomancer, you could get Geomancer, get Leviathan maybe, and you can just bring the Ash down this turn. Yep, hey, look at that, I called it. the 2 extremes, right? The lowest cost in your deck and the highest cost in your deck. And if you drop the Ash here, you are threatening a lethal next turn. And, like, your opponent has to double Hecaton to get it off the board. That doesn't feel good. So there's Geomancer. Here comes Lady Ash. Presumably shrink the Man in Black. I don't think you really care about the X-Death, nor do you want it to re-enter and eat up the break zone again. Yeah. That's what I figured. And then Kadaj is going to disappear. Unless we got one other trick to play, do we? Only other thing I'd want to see come down here is a monster. So Tros. Yep, there you go. Very good, very good. So now, yeah, you're really threatening lethal next turn. Leviathan can blow the board apart. There goes Kadaj. That's a card that's never stopped being a menace since Opus 12. Or Opus 11, I should say. Checking the break zone. Just kind of wants to see what has or hasn't been dealt with. Jason giving the big thumbs up. Okay, here we go. I've got my damage dice for the player on the left now. I'm going to try to keep track of it. I think he's on 5 or 4 right now. I think he's on 5, but this a Toto? No, Chaos. Yeah, that's a good one. Forcing that Leviathan out of hand. We're going to animate Blue Worm. Yep, and there's the Arc. Chaos Arc is a very good swing play, so we're going to break the Blue Worm with the Arc, be forced to discard Leviathan from the hand, and we're going to have to give... We could give up Tros. I don't think you want to give up Tros, though, yeah, so we'll be forced to give up Ash. Ash isn't terrible. If we have enough for a Lena Leviathan, we can still win here. If we have that. Kadaj. Yeah, what do you do with Kadaj here? Like, just doling one out of the way doesn't do a whole lot for you. Although he needs to be able to... Yeah, he has to if he wants to swing in. Tros can send X-Death packing. Okay, he's going to give Tros 2K and Brave, which we learned in at the, I think it was the Texas tournament, that does retain, it does still retain that text. Anything useful? I think I saw Blue Worm. Blue Worm, draw a card. There's a Cuchulainn. And do we have another Ash? He's digging for the Lena, clearly. And I'm assuming he has enough in his break zone for the Lena trigger. So he could cast the Cuchulainn to try to dig one deeper. You could blank the X-Death, make it an 8K. Nope, there's the Ash. Ash is going to shrink his own Ash. Yep. Is this still lethal? No, because if he's on 5, Tros can bounce X-Death. Shouldn't Tros retain Brave? Or does it not retain the Brave? It should retain the Brave, right? What was the point of doing that if... Okay, I think he's on 6. No, okay, now he must be on 6 damage. Yeah, what was the point of doing that if he doesn't retain the Brave? I thought it retained the Brave, so either he forgot or that's incorrect. It doesn't actually work that way. Unless it only retains the power. I'm to be honest, I'm not 100% sure on that ruling, how that works. All right, can we fire back? Here comes Man in Black. Here comes the Man in Black. Ooh, getting the Arc for free. Yeah, that's a good one. I'd be very surprised if Jason had a way to stop this. You have to get rid of the Chaos is the only way you can stop this. As Arc is going to send Ash packing. The good news is he can't. That's not lethal. Right? He's only on 4 damage. I think Jason's got Cuchulainn in him, but that shouldn't do anything, right? So here comes the Arc. Only target currently is Ash. No, maybe not. Yeah. Yep. So we'll say break Ash. Give me the last 2 cards in your hand. Man in Black will say Ash cannot attack or block this turn, which is certainly wasn't going to if she's going to being sent to the break zone. The Chaos trigger is offline too, though. So Chaos is just a body right now. Yep, there goes Arc. Do we have a way to get it back again? Are we going to X-Death again? Yeah, there goes that break zone. So if Jason was counting on trying to get to that Lena Leviathan, there went those dreams. However, now the only thing is, so we'll have to remove something. Presumably we'll just remove like one of those Geomancer backups. We are still Are we out of Ash? Kadaj can come in and dull something. So, like, if Kadaj dulls Man in Black, Tros can send X-Death packing. I think you dull Man in Black here. Because I don't think Michael... Like, you dull Man in Black. Tros can send X-Death packing. He could block the Chaos. He can't block the Kadaj as well. And then the Blue Worm just gets you there, right? Assuming he's on 6 damage. Again, I can't see it 100%, but he's taken so much. I feel like he has to be on 6 damage. Math, of course, changes if he's only on 5 damage. But I think 100%. You either you dull Man in Black or you give Kadaj 11k Brave. But that you want as little blockers as possible to stop you. So I think you just dull the Man in Black out of the way. X-Death will be online, but again, I think you just sacrifice like one of the Geomancers. He's considering eating the Arc out of the break zone. But again, what does Michael have? 1 in hand, 2 in hand? Like, there's a good chance you can just lethal him this turn. But that's what he's considering. I'm guessing he gave Kadaj 2k Brave. So, presumably he gave Kadaj 2, which is also fine. I just like the dull better because it's just one less blocker he has, right? Because presumably now you're giving him the choice that he can block with the Chaos first. He drew another Tros. That's not useful. I can't tell what that other card is in his hand. Hey, Opus 1 Leviathan. That's pretty good. He's going to bounce the Chaos? Huh. I mean, it'd be insta-game here, right, if he did dulled Man in Black. So Chaos is gone. So, see, here's the thing. If he'd have dulled Man in Black, you could legit just swing Tros, bounce X-Death out of the way, and then it's over. Yeah, that's what he was worried about. So, it looks like we had Ixion in hand. We're going to break him. We're going to say Kadaj can't attack. Got a second Tros. I think 100% you just slap it down. Oh, no, we have Tidus. Okay. I don't think I think I like the Tros better because the Tidus can just get board wiped by the... And we can take it with the Chaos. And I don't think Michaels cares about paying 9 to do that right now, especially when he gets the Arc back. I don't know about that. Yep, so he just plays. And now he takes the Tidus. Yeah, we should have... Because, again, if we had Tros, there would have been no target for that. Yep, we're going to get back the Arc. So, now with the Ixion in hand, there wasn't anything we were going to be able to win that game. The Ixion was always going to stop it. There's Lena finally. Yeah, we needed to put out Tros there. Here, it doesn't really matter because Kadaj is just going to get arced into oblivion. We'll go ahead and dull Chaos anyway, and it looks like Michael's got this one wrapped up. Yep, and Jason extends a hand, and Michael will take that one. Or, yeah, Michael will take that one. Yeah, he, knowing now that he had the Ixion in hand, he should have ate the Arc so he couldn't get it back, but of course he didn't know that. He was hoping he didn't have it. Ixion was kind of the only way Michael was going to stop all that. That was a good match, good back and forth. Let's see. So, Jason. And then let me shrink this a bit. And Michael Powell with the victory with Earth and Lightning. And that was round 4. So, guys, this day's going quick, right? There's only one more round, and then we're off to the top cut. Store championships. Sure go a lot quicker than Materia Cups, eh? All right. So, unlike the most of the 13 matches, that one actually went on for a minute. So I imagine it won't be too long until we get to the next round, but I will give you any information I have, and it'll be the final round of Swiss, and then from what I hear, there's no breaks. We're just going right into Top Cut after that, so don't go anywhere. We'll be back very, very shortly. All right, as expected, that didn't take too long. Let's see who we've got here for round number 5, and this is our 5th and final round of Swiss. We'll be going right into Top Cut. And this will be, I'm told, Creon. Creon versus James. Get those names adjusted for you. Versus James Dorsey. There we go. Make sure everything looks good out there. All right, and this will be our 5th and final round of Swiss. We will go right into Top Cut. Looks like James is on 13, and Creon is on... Is this Army of One? Looks like a mix of lightning and water. And I do see other lightnings. Yes, so this might be like the Army of One deck. Interesting. It looks like this is on the bubble. So my guess is maybe they're 3-1 or perhaps 2-2. Are we searching that lightning? Oh, okay, we played Lumina. Yep, Lumina, search to lightning. So we've got that in our deck. And then, so Creon is on the left. And James is on the right. Got it. Ooh, and Creon actually put his deck on the left side, so we might actually be able to see his damage. Might not even have to keep track of it. So there goes Zaz for Zaz. The mirror image of himself will go searching for a Dodge, which it looked like we had a Dodge in hand. Do we play more than one? Yes, we do. Are we going to see Mr. Dodge come down? If we have one in hand, surely we just... I noticed there's a bit of a bend to his card, and yeah, if he's doing that kind of shuffle. Yeah, we have a Dodge in hand, so surely we do Dodge into Dodge. Right? Pitch Dodge. Dude, it's like a father-son mirror. Zaz just replicates himself and comes down. Playing Opus 12 Ifrit. How about that? Very good on a burst. Yeah, James has got a nice bend to all of his cards. Those cards have been well shuffled. We will get rid of Spectral Keeper for Maki. I can't even remember what that card does. I want to say it like either gives 1,000 power to a 13 forward or gives them first strike or something. I want to say it's 1,000 power. But he a little strange to say in a 13 deck, right? But his colors are fixed. He's got all his backups set up. Here comes the Blue Worm. We'll draw a card on Creon's side, and that's it. Now, the nice thing is Blue Worm could... okay, no, we'll also play Princess Sarah. Very nice. So, presumably, we will also get our colors fixed. Yep. Going to make that water. We considered throwing something out, but decided not to. Blue Worm can step in front of the Zaz if he wants to. Double Null and Ishtola. Null will be quite large, so honestly, I like just putting out Null here and sending him in. I think you even send in Zaz. Like, the Blue Worm will die at the end of the turn, even if the Zaz doesn't get through, so I don't hate if he wants to give that up. But you could also just be patient. Null will get 1,000 power when he attacks for every 13 character, which is currently 4. Wow, this looks more like a mid-range deck, right? He actually played 2 backups and then played Null on curve. Ooh, good hit there for Jason. There's hits the soldier. Yep, we are going to sacrifice the Blue Worm for the Zaz. Oh, the Zaz is powered up, right? Because of the dodge. He's got, what, 1,000 power in first strike? I forgot that. I should pull that card up. Hold on. And Noel... Did we just play Lightning out? I'm guessing that's what happened to Noel. Yep. Lightning will remove Noel from the game. Luckily for Jason, he's got another one in hand just waiting to come out. Let's see. So Zaz... No? Is it from the Dodge? It's not on Zaz's text. It must be on Dodge's text. The card named Zaz you control gains 1,000 power in first strike. Yeah, so he's a 6K first strike. Are we just going to go... Looks like he's considering going in on the Y'shtola, but he's not sure what to get rid of. He's going to actually get rid of the alternate Null. Yep, there's Y'shtola. Going to take a point of damage. Lumina, a card we're happy to see kind of go... Well, no, not yet. We maybe would have been happy to see that. But so we'll see 4K on this Lightning. Presumably going to come in, try to hit it for another 4K. No, we're not done yet. Also going to play overpaid for Spectral Keeper. Huh. That's interesting. I wonder why we did that. It's like, yeah, it's going to dull the Lightning out of the way, but the Y'shtola is already unblockable. And if the Y'shtola hits you for damage, it was already going to kill the Lightning. And the Zaz has first strike too. Like, hits his own Null. That's kind of funny. So Lightning, yeah, and Lightning just gets out of there with the army of one anyway. Like, I don't really know why we overpaid for the Spectral Keeper there. Double Null, that's kind of funny. Who's playing the 13 deck here? Lightning's going to come back and remove Y'shtola from the game. So the Lightning, we're worth our weight in gold right now. I mean, that's what she's supposed to do, right? The only army of one. Yeah, I don't know. Like, we're not close to turning the Spectral Keeper online. I don't know. That just seemed a bit odd to rush it out there when the Y'shtola was going to take care of the Lightning anyway. There's Hope. The Lightning has just hit our Hope into damage. Oh, it's so nice. I can actually see all the damage. We have Echidna, so we can get back any of our summons. Looks like we might have an Odin in hand as well. We're just going to pass. Probably saving up for that Odin. Odin can just pop the Zaz right here if he wanted to. Gonna cast the Bahamut. Nice. Yep. Do we have another Lightning? Yes, we do. Okay. Well, that means, yep, you know you don't commit anything else. You just send Zaz in. No, don't put out... Oh, okay. He's putting out another forward. That's... Or did the Lightning not schemata change? Okay. I thought maybe he did schemata change on it, but no, it looks like he did get rid of it. That makes sense then. So here comes Null, which is huge. 9K right now. Take a point of damage. There goes Ixion. Would have been happy to see that card. That would have cleaned up this board really quick. Here comes Zaz. Odin. There's our bonus burst. So we will get to kill one of these forwards. You probably pick the Null. He's going to be the bigger body. No, we did schemata change. Like, yeah, so he actually didn't use the burst because he wanted the, like, okay, I wasn't he did schemata change there. Like, for me, like, you Bahamut it, the moment he schemata changes, just don't even commit another forward because then it has no text. It can't come back in and remove that was, I mean, we put him to 5 damage, which that's not irrelevant, especially in a 13 deck, but I don't know. I don't know about giving the Lightning text like that. So Creon has to be a little mindful just because, again, he can kind of die out of nowhere. But Echidna would be a good choice. Get back a summon. We're actually going to go into the Sarah. We've already fetched out the Princess Sarah. Maybe get Gordon from hand? Looks like we're trying to decide how we want to pay for it. So 1, 2, And we'll pitch something from hand. Looks like he hit some of his break zone accidentally when he picked his deck up. Again, Gordon, we could get another copy of Sarah just for fodder. We can't play the Gordon efficiently since we tapped our... I mean, we can just play it for its normal effect. But it looks like he got another copy of Sarah, which he did. Pitches that for Echidna. There you go. Get back. Gets back the big Odin. That's kind of surprising. Huh. But maybe he just plans to discard it anyway for Echidna fodder. We've got Fang, and we're going to try to bop this lightning again. Free cast this Ifrit. Say 7,000 to the lightning. But you don't even need to, right? Because Spectral Keeper... No, so here's what I think you do. I think you just go to combat. Okay, he actually got rid of it. I would say, well, you could have gone just dull it out of the way. And then if he tries to, like, save it, you just hit it with the Ifrit on top. Yep, so we are going to use Odin on Zaz. And we're pure top deck on 13 side. Creon holding on, though. All these Odins are really good counters to all these forwards. Like, their power is irrelevant. Even though this Fang is huge. There's Big Lightning. Let's pull that one up just so I have its exact text. The card browser. Not good. Forward, 5 cost. And we are going to put out Hope. Nah, Hope for reduced cost. That's nice. We could go get Light Lightning finally and then get it out onto the field. For Big Lightning, so it did have haste, opted not to attack. When it's put from the field to the break zone, you can play any category 13 forward of cost 6 or less in your hand onto the field. You can also discard an Odin to choose a forward opponent controls Break, It, and Lightning. And we do have, I think, 2 Odins in hand, so this might turn into a bloodbath here. This whole field might be going, gone. And while there's a brief pause, big shout out to Four Horsemen Comics and Gaming for hosting today. I'm happy to be hosting the game for them. So here comes Light Lightning. All these forwards are huge. They're getting a 2k buff from Fang. Surely these attacks are not going to resolve, though. Like, I would assume Creon is just going to ditch every Odin in his hand and just blow this board apart. And then if he's got a 13 forward left to play, that'll come out as well, right? Because we're on 5 damage. You can't let these forwards attack. The game's just going to end. I don't know if they're counting. Yeah, surely. Okay, yep. So there's the double Odin. So we're going to break Lightning and Fang. And Lightning herself will break. We can play a 13 forward of cost 6 or less for free if we have one. We didn't have one. Nope. So, but we did. We kept ourselves alive. That's what matters. We are in top deck mode now, unfortunately. Did we draw anything useful? It just has to pass. Could be holding something in reserve for this Hope. Oh, and we drew double Light Lightning. Well, I hope you've got an Odin in hand you can use, sir. Otherwise, this 13's about to claim another victim. Yep, presumably he's got something. Okay, so he can kill Light Lightning. Hope can still go in. And put him to 6. Jason probably wondering right now, am I going to run... Or James, sorry, probably wondering, am I going to run to a burst or something? It is an Odin, but it is not an Odin with an EX burst. So we are on lethal. We did have the Echidna too, right? So we could have potentially blocked with Echidna. We have a Sarah back up, and I can't quite see what that other card is in hand. Toneberry, okay. We'll draw one. So Toneberry can stop the Hope. So he's holding on. He is holding on. He can activate the Toneberry no matter what. He cannot activate the Echidna, though, without a summon. And he's kind of moving his cards too quick. I can't tell if that's a... I don't think so. I think it's Onion Knight, and I can't tell what that other card is. He's considering putting the Onion Knight out, which... So let me look that card up, because it's been a minute since I've seen that one. Okay, he's bringing Lightning back from the break zone. Nice. So Lightning will dull a forward, draw a card. He had to remove some resources from the break zone, of course. Does he still have that Onion Knight in hand? Yep. Okay, he's going to play it. So when Onion Knight enters the field, select one, choose a damage forward and break it, or choose a forward opponent controls, return it to their hand. So obviously there's no damage on Hope, so we put it back into the hand. We've got Lebro, Bahamut. I don't think you jam out Lightning here by herself. I think you put the Hope out. You either legit take a turn off, yeah, and do the Lebro, or you put the Hope. But if he does that, he can't put Hope out this turn then. He's going in on the Lightning. I don't know about this. So the Spectral Keeper will dull the Onion Knight out of the way. So we either are trading our other Lightning, or he's just going to activate the Toneberry and get rid of that. Or even the Echidna if he's got a summon in hand. So Lightning's an 8K. I don't know. I guess it depends if you want to reanimate. Yeah, he's going to get... The Toneberry trades at least, right? I mean, he threw the card out, so I'm assuming he's... Or maybe he's deciding which one to do. I can't see what he pitched, if it was a summon or not. So he does block with Echidna. He'll get to draw a card off of that. And pass back. He's got to be very mindful about putting James to damage 3, because if that Spectral Keeper can attack too. Could be in trouble, especially if we don't have an Odin. Looks like we have another Toneberry, so we definitely put that down. We have a Sildra as well, so we could go searching for something else if we wanted to. Looks like we're going to throw it away. Just kind of realizing, now's not the time for Sildra. I need removal. I need to keep things off this board. 13, the rare 3 backups and a monster. And it put out another Toneberry. Nice. So we do have 2 cards in hand still. So we can activate one of those. That's a lot of monsters to get through. That's quite the barrier field. And we put out our own Spectral Keeper. Oh man, look at that line of monsters. Now the only thing is, we have an empty hand right now. Oh, and we've got Seymour in hand. We have an empty hand, so... Let's see. Do we have a lethal next turn? So if we have enough, this Seymour can just kill something. And then Seymour has to die, because if it's allowed to live a turn, if we have enough summons, we just win the game, right? So let's say Seymour comes in, we pop... No, we're going to Bahamut, actually. Get rid of that. I don't know if I like that over the Seymour. I think, again, I don't know how many summons he has in his break zone, but if you've got enough, I think you have to threaten the, hey, kill this card, or I am just dealing you a point of damage directly the turn after that. Because right now he's got Onion Knight. He can pitch 2 for 2 Toneberries. That'd be damage 5. He can put him to 6. Like, he couldn't do both, right? He couldn't do the lightning and... He couldn't do the Bahamut and the Seymour, but... Again, maybe he doesn't have enough summons, but I feel like he's pitched a lot of summons this game. So if he doesn't have enough, then... But even then, like, Seymour just coming down, breaking something, and you leave a body behind? So he can't die this turn unless Creon pulls out haste. But he would need not only haste, he would need a way to remove this defensive Spectral Keeper. It looks like he did draw 5-drop Odin into hand. That's great defensive pass. See, and that's the thing, right? You gotta risky. Okay, so we'll go to damage 3. There's Vanille. Hit a bonus burst. Vanille will go search out Fang, Lightning, Hope. Do we have any Lightnings left? Did we use them all? He might have drawn them all. Do we actually have any targets? I know we've seen a lot of cards at this point. He does have a Hope in there at least. No, he's like, Fang. Fang's good for the power buff. Doesn't matter so much in this matchup because everything's just a straight break on Creon's side. So I wonder if you do Hope. That way you can just search for the next piece anyway. I don't know. We'll see. Chocobo Chick and a Maki. 2 backups. Definitely not what we wanted to see. Yeah, so this Fang essentially doesn't do anything right now. Are we ready to give up our own Spectral Keeper? I still like Seymour here. There's Seymour. All right, presumably we've got enough for the break. Gonna attempt to break Onion Knight. We could pay 1 if we wanted to search out another copy, assuming there is one. Yep, he's gonna do that. So an Onion Knight's put from the field to the break zone. You may pay 1. When you do search another Onion Knight, play it onto the field. And then that Onion Knight's going to trigger, presumably bounce Seymour back to the hand. Although we could just replay Seymour then. Oh, we can actually. We don't have the Lightning CP. So that was it for Mr. Seymour. I think you probably just hold open that Ifrit, right? No, he's going to put the Fang out. I don't know about that. Like, it just doesn't... I mean, it's a body. It's a 7K, but it's going to die to any of the Tone Berries. Spectral Keeper just dulls it out of the way. I think you just hold open your CP for that Ifrit. Not that you want to have to spend 5 on that Ifrit, but it's how you don't die, right? Showing that, yeah, when you go to your combat phase, the Spectral Keeper will dull my Onion Knight. I can't really afford to swing in. Those Tome Berries, just a line of guards, just guardsmen. Yeah, this is slipping further and further out of James's hand. Creon is looking to get this one wrapped up, because especially with so many of our resources gone on James's side, I don't know how he gets through this wall of Tome Berries. Ishtola. Ishtola is actually our answer here. We have to, but again, we've got so many Odins on Creon's side that even Ishtola isn't the like surefire thing it should be. Yep, we'll dull Fang. Here comes the Onion Knight. I mean, we're threatening lethal here. There went our hope. 2 hopes into damage. Because you can animate every one of these Tone Berries. And you've got an Odin to stop the Spectral Keeper too when it animates. That's what he's going to do. Here comes number 5. This could be it right here for James. Yeah, again, seeing if you kept the Ifrit open, you'd hate to pay for it, but you could potentially at least keep yourself alive. Here comes a Toneberry. The problem is, too, once you go to 6, you essentially, your Y'shtola doesn't work. We are going to animate the Spectral Keeper. Attempt to block. Or he's probably saying, yeah, before the block, I'm just going to kill it with Odin. Yep. There's Belias. So we can give Fang... Oh, we drew into the Bahamut. Oh, my God. But it's not going to matter because... Again, we'll just animate the Spectral Keeper. So close yet so far. Yeah, and here comes Spectral Keeper. And that will be game. And a little fist bump. There you go. Good job, Creon. James had some chance. I mean, again, it's hard with all this straight break stuff, right? It is difficult because all your power and all that doesn't matter. But there were definitely a few turns he kind of overpaid for some resources that he just didn't really need to. But Creon really holding on to that one and making him work for it. So let's go ahead and update that. James Dorsey. Loss. And Creon. Win. And you know what that means? That was it for Swiss. So that means round that we're going right into Top Cut again. I don't believe there's any like lunch breaks or anything like that. So we'll be going into the top 8. I'm assuming he had talked about this being on the button, assuming that Creon will now be in the Top Cut. And I'll see if I can't get a list of Top Cut for those watching as well. Catching up on the chat too. Let's see. He should have saved for Bahamut and used it when Lightning used her S. Yeah, I was thinking that too way back on that turn. Yeah, some different sequencing might have led to James getting the victory. All right, surprisingly for a 13 match, that actually took quite a while, so it might not be too long until we move on to Top Cut. So I'm sure Jeremy will let me know as soon as he has that information. I'm going to go fill up some water. Don't go anywhere. We will have Top Cut shortly coming up right after this. All right, for anyone listening, looks like we do have a top cut breakdown. Let's see. Or whoops, we went here. There we go. So top cut is in first place Michael Poe. Looks like he went undefeated. I'm assuming these names are cut off, so I have to forgive me. I don't know the full names, but we'll just say Michael P. Will C. is in second place. Shane B. is in third place. Jason R. is in fourth place. Creon, who we just saw on the stream, is in fifth place. Tori K. is in sixth place. Mike V. is in seventh place. And Sam D. is in eighth place. So I don't think it'll be too long then before Top Cut gets started. And I'm not sure which we'll have on stream here. So I'm pretty sure top is Michael Powell. So he was on Earth Lightning. Will was on 13. Creon was on the kind of Army of One deck. All right, looks like top 8 is going to start at 3:20. So it's in about 2 minutes. So we're getting revved up here, which means I need to adjust some of the text. So top 8. There we go. Yep, looks like the players are coming up now. All right, let's see who we got on here. I recognize that box. Looks like we're going to have Shane versus Tori. Let's see. Oh, make sure I spelled that correctly. I'm on the wrong side. All right, we'll get that switched. Oh, look at that beautiful Adia mat. Hello. So we saw Shane earlier. I think Shane had the Terra list, but it just got destroyed by 13, so we didn't get to actually see it do a whole lot. Yeah, Shane had the Terra list, the Terraforming 3.0 as he called it. I don't know if we've seen Kelly yet. I'm looking. I think, let's see. So I'm pretty sure I got them mixed. I think Shane is on the left here. There we go. Okay. Okay, so it looks like Shane's on the left. Tori is on the right. Tori is playing. I have his deck list here in front of me. Mira, Furion, Bosch, Lightning, Galoof, Lightning, Rem. Looks like a monster deck. Yeah, okay. I think he played this before. Yeah, it's called the Monster Mash. I think think he played this in, maybe it was Kansas City, or a version of it. Interesting. This will be quite an interesting matchup then. Question is, can that Terra... I don't think that Terra can hit monsters. I believe she's restricted to... And now on her entry... Okay, so for her entry, she can hit characters. So she can dull freeze characters on entry, but then any further summons she casts, she can only target forwards or backups. So those monsters will be able to dodge a lot of those Terra tricks until they become forwards. Yeah, and you can see Tori's looking at the Terra right now. All right, players are checking over each other's deck lists right now as we're getting ready for this top 8 round. Big thank you, of course, to Four Horse Comics and Gaming for hosting us, helping us run the stream. Big thanks to my partner, Jeremy Reckon, for feeding me all the information from their deck lists, etc. We are going to be starting here in just a moment. All right, let the shuffling begin. That's some thick sleeves, especially on Shane's side there. I'm assuming those are double sleeved because good gravy are those cards thick. Looks like Shane's got a list of cards on his side he wants to double check on. Tori giving a nice thorough shuffle on his side as well, willing the monsters to a place where they are useful. Unfortunately, I don't have access to any kind of a timer, so I won't be able to keep eye out for time on these rounds. Let me see if while they're doing that, though, let me see if I can make a... All right, looks like Shane is going to start us off with... Looks like Earth Moogle. Hey, and we'll copy with another class Moogle. Yeah, so we pitched Mist Dragon for our Earth Moogle that can tap for lightning. We pitched Furion for a Water Moogle that can tap for fire. And there's Althea. Again, one of her swan songs, most likely. Pitch the Dane, reactivate the Earth Moogle. We have an Atomos in hand. Are we going to... Not old Atomos. For Tyro, presumably going to go get Realm. We do have another Atomos in there. Yep. There is good old Realm. She'll likely be coming out next turn to start off the old monster train. The Monster Mash. Nice. Just a nice simple curve out from Shane. Going a lot better than his last game on stream, since he's got time to... He doesn't have 13 beating his face in on turn 1. He's certainly happy to take a slower game. All right. Do we got any other backups coming out first, or is it time for Lady Realm? Yep, there's Lady Realm. Going to go search for some monsters. Presumably we'll get an Atomos. And a Goblin. Nice, yep. So if you haven't seen this chain before, this is quite exciting. So Realm is the first cast. Goblin will come to the field. He will search out another Goblin, which Tori already pulled out. We can tap the Tyro for that Goblin, which will be the second cast. So Atomos is going to reactivate, give us back both our backups. Which means we get to go searching again for another Goblin. We can play that out. If there's a backup to search for. I wonder if anyone's going to use that new Hedgehog Pie with this Realm. Maybe the Goblins are more efficient. Tap 2. Pitch... Furion, hey, and we've got 5 characters. Does he have to be fire? I think he just has to be 5 total characters, right? We hit... I can't quite tell what that was into damage. There's Toto. Won't affect the monsters, but Furion Realm are going bye-bye. Furion... Furion just wants to see 5 characters. He doesn't care about the color. All right, is this going to be our third Goblin? Nope, there's Bosch. Take a point of damage. It is a Realm. Possibly we're sad if that left. Maybe not, though. We already got our first string of monsters, so surely there's always more monsters Realm could get, though, right? Going to get out Joseph. Yep. So this will search for a job Rebel, presuming it will be another Furion. And I'm assuming Joseph is going to come down here right now. Yep. That is our second cast. So Atomos is going to trigger. Activate 2 backups. Joseph's going to go get Furion. Furion's going to come right back in, right? He's like, Toto's thought, I just got rid of you. He's like, no, actually, you didn't. Wow. I love it. What a combo. And the Atomos just makes it so easy when it gives you back the backups. So Furion's going to come in for another point of damage. Draw a card. Draw off the Furion. Take a point of damage to change side. It hits his own Atomos. He'd be happy to see that. It's like, I can counter your reactivation with my own. Looks like we might have a board sweep in hand if it's a Hecaton Kyre. Now, we could potentially keep Furion alive if we have any water or fire cards. A dual element in particular would just keep him completely alive, which would be nice. We do have a Mist Dragon in hand. That probably doesn't do a whole lot for us at the moment. I don't know how much recursion there even is in this deck. Hecaton, so we are going to attempt to sweep the board. Do we have a way to keep Furion alive? We have our own Mist Dragon. We could cancel that. We could counter with our own Mist Dragon, and everyone just dumps out their hand. Tori is considering it. Yep, looks like we're going to... Or no, he discarded for Furion. I can't see what he pitched. Okay, he's going to pitch 2 cards to keep Furion alive. So Bosch will die. Furion will take 8,000 damage, but unless we've got something to follow up with that, he's going to stay alive. Yep. And we'll pass back to Tori. Looks like he drew Amaterasu, always a good card to have. And Shane, thank you for putting your damage on the screen so I can actually see it. Blue Worm, draw a card. Even more monsters. We should still have a Goblin in hand, unless we threw it out. Furion, draw a card. Hits another Shantoto. As that card is already gone. I doubt Shane's too sad to see that go. Wow, we have 2-headed dragon in here, too. Nice. Holy moly, look at all those monsters. Atomos, reactivate 2. And we're set up to use that Amaterasu on curve if we need to. If like Terra ends up coming down, or if we try to Toto again. Look at all those monsters. Now only 2 of these can attack currently, but still, there's a lot of guys just hanging out the old side party there. Here comes Prish. Prish will attempt to break one of these monsters. Presumably, we're going to target Atomos. He lets it go. He could have modded it, but he's got Althea up. He'll probably just bring it back anyway. Cast 1. I love the big yellow die. We have Terra in hand. We also have Lock in hand, but we don't have our own reactivation, right? I see Alexander. I see Mist Dragon. I can't tell what that far back left card is. So unless that's a way to reactivate our backups, though, we can't reduce the cost for Lock. We might just be considering dropping Lock off of 6. Maybe break a monster, freeze some of these backups. Gonna just cast Alexander, draw 1 deeper. We do have Chocomog in hand. Nope, just passes after that. We drew a Moogle, which we can't use. We do have Princess Goblin. So that is another Goblin. I don't know if there's any light forwards in the deck, or they're just for backup purposes. Now, Furion naturally can't... Oh, yeah, no, that's right. The dragon is going to shoot the Prish for 4,000. Now, Prish can still block this. He would have to discard a card for Furion, but we see that... Oh, yeah, he's just going to finish it off with a Goblin Ping. Takes the damage, and looks like he's doing that before blocks were declared. We actually are going to activate the twin-headed, or the 2-headed dragon. So we would shoot something on the board for 4K. Going to activate Chocomog, try to filter something out. Google Moogle, nice. And that'll let us get whatever we want. Hits a Chocobo. We could put him to 6 if we wanted to give up the Blue Worm. I don't know if that's worth it, but... Puts out another Blue Worm, yeah. Tori is just keeping on that monster pressure and says, go ahead. And he's got all his backups up, too. So, again, we can Amaterasu a Lock. We have a Goblin, too. So, even like if a Lock comes down, we can Amaterasu and then, boom, shoot the Lock with the Goblin. Now, we have, looks like double Mist Dragon in Shane's hand. So, he can stop any of these Amaterasus, but... Yep, we're going to do the Moogle search. So, any card in your deck... Okay, he wants the reactivation. He's like, if I'm going to be casting all these cards, I need as many resources as possible. So maybe you drop Terra next, while you still got the Asur in hand. That way you can kind of dull freeze as many things as you possibly can. And then, because you could tap 2, drop the Terra, then cast the Asur to reactivate. Amaterasu, of course, is going to put a kink in this plan, efficiency-wise, but... Yep, so Terra, pay with everything but Althea. Attempt to reveal. Now, we can Amat before he reveals. Yeah, so this is 2 auto bills. So first he's going to reveal. Looks like he's revealing 4, so he can dull freeze 4 characters on this board. Now, Tori can respond with Amaterasu at this point, and surely he's going to. So he's saying, okay, on your targeting, we're not tapping all 3? Interesting. I wonder what we're saving the backups for. We did cancel with Mist Dragon. How do we pay for that? Okay, we paid for it with... We tapped Althea, pitched Mist Dragon, cast Mist Dragon. So now we will get... Do we have a second one? Oh my gosh, do we have another Amat? We do. We have the second Amaterasu. Oh, that's why he left the backups that way. I mean, it would have been the same amount of cards regardless, right? But... Or... We're doing an Amaterasu again, I'm guessing, right? Yeah, we're saying kill the Terra. Trying to sequence the ordering here, but yeah, so nothing should be dull frozen. And Shane's just gonna, yep, that's it. Pack it up. All right, game 1 goes to Kelly. Let's. All right, update the score there at the top. So Tori Kelly is up 1-0. Man, he had such an explosive start. The Realm, the Furion, just getting him so much value. Even with that, again, you hit the Shantoto, and then Furion just comes right back down and says, yep, that's great. I'm going to keep doing what I was doing. It took Shane so long to get to even just see the Terra. Good news is he will get to go. Yes, this is best of 3 Goblin Chaser. Sorry, I can't 100% keep up with the chat super well as I'm running the stream as well as calling on it. So unfortunately, I just can't see everything. But yes, this is best of 3. So game 1 goes to Tori. And we'll see if he can't, see if Shane can't punch back this time. Presumably he'll be going first. So he will have that going for him at least. And see if he can't push it to a game 3 or if the Monster Mash is just gonna dance all over the grave of its opponents. Shane did not like his opening hand. Goes for the mulligan. Is this one any better? He's got Chocomog and Zidane. We'll pitch that Chocomog for... Is this the same opening as last time? It's got to be a wind one, right? I'm assuming that's the wind Moogle that taps for Earth. We do have the Water Moogle tapping for Fire. So Tori likely going to have a similar opening. Unless he throws it out. We do have Marrowweb in hand. Is that what we're going for? Yeah. So Marrowweb, search for any water forward. We're going to go get the Realm. Gotta say, I always hate to see a dual-color Moogle get thrown away early, because those cards are so nice, but I understand how important the Realm is. Probably Tyro coming down here, unless there's another backup I can't see in his hand. But you probably get Tyro, maybe even go get the Terra right away. You'd have the colors for it. Yep, pitch Hecaton and maybe a Sura. And get Prish, actually. Says, nope, I don't want to deal with all those monsters like last time. And Prish can be played right on curve next turn if we have to. So, because presumably you know this same play is coming, right? It's going to be the Atomos. It's going to be... We have a spare Atomos in hand, though. So when he breaks the first one, we can actually bring out the second one, which is pretty nice. So it'll be a Atomos and a Goblin. Now, the only thing is we don't have 2 backups this time. That's one thing that made me nervous about throwing out the Water Moogle. Goblin will search out Princess Goblin. Okay. So we pitch them both. Yeah, he pitched the Goblin and... Okay, so we just want to go right into the Furion. Foil rule, of course. Put the shiny Atomos on the field. We are saying, okay, you can just go ahead and break this Atomos with this Prish. But he doesn't care. He wants to get the Furion going right away. Saying, if you want to just tap 2 to break Atomos with Prish, I'm fine with that, because Furion's going to get me way more value. And then every forward you commit, that just makes any Shantotos you have that much more painful. Here comes Furion. We're going to draw a card. Hit. Can't tell what that was into damage. We've got a Google Moogle. So you could pretty efficiently, you could drop the Prish, break the Atomos, and get the Moogle down. I don't hate that. You still go to 3 backups. You're not giving him just this free value anymore. Yeah, you absolutely have to get rid of that card. And that's why I almost kind of wish Tori had kept the second one. Granted, he doesn't have a way to cast it since it's Wind, so maybe that's why. He's just like, The Realm is how you get it out of there, so... Looks like we have Mira in hand. So we definitely got a variety of colors. Furion's just going to go in, draw a card. Yeah, Prish doesn't even bother to block because knows it'll probably just get Furion first struck. Can't quite tell what that is. There's a Moogle. There's a little more color fixing for us. And we just pass. Say, all right, all you, sir. Ooh, we have Cosmos and Terra. So if you want to be patient, you just put out the Terra, or you put out the Cosmos, and that really helps all your colors. If you want to lock stuff down this turn, you can also put out Terra. I don't know how many summons he has to reveal, though. It goes for the Zidane, actually. It says, all right, well, if my cards aren't giving me what I want to see, let's see what yours give me. Steals a Tyro, which he cannot use currently. I wonder if Tori is happy about that. I mean, it could have been way worse, right? It would have been fun to cast that Tyro ourselves, but it could have been a way worse of a steal. And Cosmos, yep. Zidane will not have haste is the only thing. And we only got 1 Goblin. We could use another chance. Yeah, we don't quite have the big monster field we had in that first game. Furion is still causing us trouble, but hey, there's a bonus burst. Kuseth's going to go ahead and get us back Terra. That's got to feel pretty good. We going in with the Realm? Huh. Probably wanted to play a new one, I'm guessing. Unless we're going to, sweep with Hecaton, which seems weird. Yeah, we've got another Realm. That's what it is. Realm. Do we have another Atomos left? I'm assuming there's only 2 in the deck. So what other 2 costs do we have? Quadav, nice. And a Blue Worm, okay. So Blue Worm, yeah, Quadav is gonna... Oh, nope, yep, so that's what it... Nice, yeah. So on the stack of the Quadav resolution, which says I get to pick which 2 cost I put in, we're gonna crack the Goblin to finish off the Prish, which would force us to have to get the Zidane, except now he's gonna save the Zidane. Really wanted to keep that Zidane alive. Let's see, monster, 1 cost, water. Yeah, when Quadav enters the field, your opponent selects a forward, so he's going to choose Prish. Tried to finish it off with the Goblin Ping, because it had taken 4 from blocking the Realm. But we saved Zidane anyway, so the Prish is the only one that ended up dying. Ooh, looks like, are we going to play Tyro? Looks like he's about to throw out 3 cards. To play, yes, we are playing Tyro. Going to go search for, who do we value here? Bosch, yep. Just keep searching going. And pass back to our opponent. Terra seems like she'd be pretty solid here. Even if we have an Amaterasu, we've got to really pay a lot for it. We also have Lock. We've got the Google Moogle, so we could go get anything we absolutely want. I don't hate the Lock, honestly. I mean, I don't know if you just like hard lock. You might maybe do Chocomog first. Get another one. Did he throw out the Terra? I don't see it in his hand all of a sudden. Where would it have gone? Because he couldn't have used it for the Chocobo, right? So we are going to search. Retrieve. Get any card we want in our deck. I don't hate Toto here either. Just getting rid of this Furion. Oh, going for Cloud. Yeah, Cloud's a good one too. Cloud cleans up both of these cards really nice. Chocomog, there you go. So we've got one cast counter, yeah. Tori putting out that big die. Gonna go get the other Moogle. It's just a chain of searches, isn't it? So if we Asura'd right now, it'd put the cast count up to 2. Yep. And then we can cast the Cloud off of 2 backups and then the Lock off of 2 backups, which is what we're going to do. Cloud says break both of these if you please. Yep, and Lock's going to come down. Good turn for Shane. I mean, like, why? There's no reason not to lock, right? Yeah, absolutely. Lock out 2 of the backups. And you can either break the blue worm or just make them discard. Yeah, I don't think you fear the blue worm too much, so I do like the discard. The Quadav isn't worth breaking. That card's action ability is quite bad. So I do like hitting the hand here. All right, very good turn for Shane. Showing that, like, yeah, not so, I'm not out of this one yet. I don't hate a counter Toto, though it's obviously quite a bit more expensive with our backups frozen. I'm going to go for Bosch. And we paid from hand. Oh, well, if we had any desire to Toto, there it went. I mean, we can just go fetch the other one, but no, he values the Furion. Now, these are 2 9Ks, so he's going to have to throw out either 2 cards or a single dual element water or fire card. Checking his hand. Goes in with Furion. Draw, yeah. He's confident with this card. Shane says, okay, show it to me. Show me you can do something. Yep. Are we pitching 2? Yeah. Okay. I mean, I like the draw, but Shane just got a chance to play another Cloud now, and you know, you Cloud said on block, your opponent discards 2 cards. Hey, Hecaton. He says, yeah, protect him from that, Sonny. And the Lock will stay alive. Good heck. Good summon. Yeah, I don't know. Like, I know Tori wants to get the draw off the Furion, but when you have to pitch that many cards to keep him alive, then he just dies the next turn anyway. Yeah, the old no action pass. That doesn't feel good. Now, the good news is this technically does open us up to use Quadav, right? We could send Lock packing, although our opponent can just put it on top of their deck and just redraw into it. This game is looking very, very different from the first one. There's another Retrieve. Possibly go get Terra. I don't hate a Tomos either. Goes for the Kryl, actually. We've got Tyro, 2 Shantoto, and a Kryl. Kryl's going to attempt to get back probably Alexander. Maybe Asura. I don't think we really have anything great in... Yeah, nothing usable in Tori's zone. You could use Asura to get back Zidane, I guess. Yeah, target Asura. And what do we have? Amaterasu or Mist Dragon? Mist Dragon says, let's just go ahead and clean that right out of the way. Here comes Lock for a point of damage. It's a two-headed dragon. We won't be having to deal with that one today. Mist Dragon putting a stop to that recursion for the moment, but I don't think Shane is too upset having to only give up the Asura. He's still got his backups up too. I don't think he has much else in hand though, right? Because didn't he have just like Tyro and Shantotos? And those Totos are kind of dead right now since he's got the board. Hey, look who's back. Now, Furion can a lot more safely swing into Kryl. Draw a card. And it looks like it hit a Althea. I think that's Althea into damage. Sorry, Althea, that's where you're going to be from now on. Actually, not even a damage because you'll be banned, but just not in the game. I guess that's the important part. Mini earthquake occurring on screen. Players are shaking the table so much. And Blue Worm. I'm going to go ahead and draw a card deeper. And pass after that. We have a Luminous Puma in hand, so we can't always go in on that when we desire to. Still not in Toto range. Kryl, as far as I can tell, has no summon targets. No, he's trying to do one. So, we have the Mist Dragon. Yeah, so we're probably going to Mist Dragon our opponent's break zone. You'll return Mist Dragon. I don't. Hopefully he remembered to remove that Mist Dragon too, because Kryl does remove the card after she's done using it. Joseph does not play Furion on the field. Sorry, catching up on chat. Joseph just searches out Furion. He searches out a Job Rebel and adds it to your hand. He doesn't play it to the field. You're probably thinking of Guy. I believe the Guy Rebel forward. I think he searches out a Rebel of 3 or less and plays it right to the field. So Guy could do it, but Joseph does not. Let me pull up Kryl too, because I want to be 100%. But I'm pretty positive Kryl. No, not a monster forward. Looks like we're passing back after that. Yeah, so I don't know if Mist Dragon is... I mean, it's pretty far off to the side, so I don't know if it is in the break zone or not, but it should be removed. Actually throwing out the Puma. Granted, there's not much left in the break zone, right? This Bosch, we're killing ourselves more than we're killing our opponent. Going to go search. Bosch is now an 8K, though, with Brave. The deck's getting a little thin. That deck seems very thin. Oh, my gosh. How much have we gone through that deck already? Yeah, dude, Tori is running out of cards. If he needs to win this, he needs to win it fast. I don't think you're going to have time to get to like a Puma loop. That deck is very, very low. My goodness, I didn't realize he'd gone through that much of it. All the searching and monster filtering and... Mira has no targets currently. I guess you could like swing in with the blue worms and then the Mira could revive them later. Do we have lethal here potential? Well, Bosch just came up, but what you could do, you could use the Kadav, send the lock packing, and then you attack with Furion and the blue worms, right? Like, because he's on 4 damage, so you could, assuming Shane doesn't have any tricks in hand. Are we holding priority for a summon? Okay, we are. Yeah, he sees that line. So we're attacking with Furion. We drew. We're going to send Kadav. Our opponent gets to pick, so it'll either go to the top or the bottom of our deck. Which, if you put it on top, it's just going to go into damage, so maybe it's better to put it in the bottom. Does Shane have anything he can use? He can Chocobo it back to hand, but he's still looking at lethal if he doesn't have any protection here. There's Furion. Animate a Blue Worm. Tori's going for the win here. Shane maybe realizing it. Yep, he says, that's it. I've got nothing. I can't stop it. There's no burst that's going to save me. Tori Kelly takes that one 2-0. My goodness. It was the mash. It was the monster mash. It was a graveyard smash. Da 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 da. All right, let me get these win-loss updated. Man, Shane it looked so much better for him in that round. And especially when he had the lock cloud turn, I thought for sure, I was like, okay, I think this might be his game to lose now. But Tori still found a way through it. And his deck was getting real low there. Let's get this updated. Here we go. Ta-da! All right, congrats to Tori. Man, the Monster Mash really showing up. Showing just what it's capable of, and all those little lines. Furion, I mean, could you ask for a better attacker? That card put in some work. Yeah, when he ditched 2 for the Furion for the Cloud, and then Shane just countered with the Hecaton, I kind of thought like, man, I think that's like he sealed it. But no, Tori said, I don't think so. Don't underestimate me, sir. And he saw the Kudav line that just, yep, I just need that open field to go for that lethal hit. And that was just enough, is exactly what he needed. Got confused with Guy. Yeah, no problem. They're similar and they do similar things. Let's see. All right. Excellent. So that's the quarterfinals down. I'll try to get an update. Let me see how some of the other matches are doing. Again, I don't have access to the stream clock, unfortunately, or the game clock in the store, so I'm not sure how long. But that started right about 3:20, so that took about 40 minutes, so there's probably about half an hour left in the round. And, of course, while we got a moment, we'll say a big thank you to Four Horsemen Comics and Gaming for hosting and letting us run the stream here today to check out this one of the last events of Opus 19 West Virginia Store Championship. Thank you to Jeremy Reckon for feeding me all my info and the feed from the store. Let me cast it here. If you're watching, I hope you enjoy it. I wasn't actually expecting to stream it today, so I apologize if any bit of the setup is a little janky or weird audio or whatever, because I was definitely kind of throwing it together at the last second. But hopefully it at least lets you see and you can enjoy these matches. I'm going to take a quick break, fill up on some water, go ahead and stretch, grab a snack, and shouldn't be too long until we're back with those semifinals. So don't go anywhere, and we'll see you in just a little bit. And yeah, looks like we got about 35 minutes left in the round. I'm kind of getting an update right now. And I think all the remaining rounds are on their third game as well. So shouldn't be too long. right, we are powering up for the semifinals here. A list of the standings. Let me see. Looks like we got Mike versus Creon. Give me a second to get all this set. 0. No, that's not what we want. Player 2. Should be Creon. So it should be Creon versus Mike. I'm not sure, Mike. Is this Mike Powell? Okay. I think that's correct. I may have to adjust these names. Well, there was another Mike, though, so is this... This might not be Michael Powell. Hold on. Might be a different Mike. I think this is a different Mike. Oh, it is Mike Powell. Okay. Good. Perfect. Okay, so that should be accurate. And let me check the chat really quick. I have a master who have their invite, and if passed, I have the reasons. I don't know. If you don't have it, I only is to know if Tori is the only person. Okay, let me check the top cut. Kyle, 1 second. I think I can get that to you. Okay, Kyle, if you're listening, check your messenger. I sent you the top 8 there. All right, let me make sure everything's going on. Yep, you got it. No problem. No problem. So we know Tori won. So Tori, Creon, Michael, and then whoever the last participant is, that I'm not sure on. According to Jeremy, we have 2 roll downs, so all 4 are now qualified for nationals because Tori and Mike Powell already have it, which would mean Creon and whoever the final member is also there. So Creon, Smolnik, and Will Coghill will earn their spots at nationals. Okay, so that's our final 4. So it'll be Michael versus Creon. Michael on Earth Lightning, Creon on... Was he on water? I think he was on water. Or was he on... No, he was on like the Army of One deck, I think. And then Tori was on the Monster Mash, and Will, I believe, was on Final Fantasy 13. So, yep. So Creon and Will earn their spots at nationals. And Mike and Tori already have theirs. But, hey, there's still plenty to play for, even if we're already qualified. We got prizes to get. Promos and trophies. Oh, my. All right, so let's see how we do. Mike is going to start us off. Looks like we pitched Sonnen for Seymour. Going to go ahead and get out a Ramu, slap it on top of the deck. Very unlikely that that's going to get hit into damage on turn 1. So Mike's going to feel pretty safe about drawing that. Next turn. Oh, that's Noel. I saw the little chibi art, and I thought it was like, that's not Cisne, is it? That card's not out yet. This is still Opus 19. Hey, oh no, he says, actually, I would like to get rid of that Ramu if you don't mind. Here comes Noel. Wham, right on the... Wait, did he put that into his break zone? I was so confused. I was like, wait, what? I missed something here. We're pitching... Wait... What just happened? Why did we throw out 3 cards? Are we casting the Sildra? Or we miss? Okay. I think we were casting the Sildra, and then yeah, we responded with Mist Dragon. Like the way Creon went to like grab other cards in his hand, I was confused at what was happening. So cast Sildra, responded with Mist Dragon. That will stop any buildup on Creon's side. Mike follows up with a Delusory Warlock. Go search out the Lady of Antiquity. Creon was hoping that Sildra would carry him a little farther than that. But Noel's going to go in and see what we hit right off the top here. It will be a point of damage. It is a... I see the 9, so it looks like that was Arc. So we'll pitch a Lightning for Blue Worm. Still no backup help, but going to pass over. Mike's got to feel really good about this. He can just keep taking his time, curving out his backups. This single Noel is not putting on such pressure. Yep, especially when Vincent comes in. Says bye-bye. 5k to Noel if you don't mind. Ooh, Creon really needed that Sildra to go off. He did draw Sarah, though. Okay, that's good. Sarah can help us kind of recover a bit. No, actually, he says, I don't like that idea. I want to just keep beating you in the face. I can't quite tell what that was he hitting to damage. All right, so it looks like Creon has firmly accepted himself as the beatdown role. Maybe just fearing he's not going to be able to beat this Earth Lightning deck in the late game. Because he had the Sarah in hand. 100%. He could have. And if this Lightning dies right now, too, we have no replacement for it. Okay, oh, it looks like maybe we did hit a burst. I'm assuming Ramu's going on top. Yeah, so we actually did hit a burst. It was a Seymour. Ramu went on top of the deck. Yeah, if Michael can hit this Lightning right now, I mean, I feel like Creon's just dead because the Lightning won't turn into anything. Gosh, that's so risky going for that over the Sarah. But again, if you believe that, hey, I will not win this if this game goes too long, then yeah, maybe that's your only choice. If you know the alternative is to just lose. And we'll put out Rydia. Michael again, happy to just keep searching further and further. I don't know how many Seymours he runs, but if he's out of Seymour, he may have to grab Rydia instead. Yeah, grabs Rydia and Ixion. Ixion, of course, not going to threaten this Lightning, but it's still 2 cards back to your hand. You're happy to have those. And surely we're just getting prepped for when X-Death or Man in Black come out. If Creon, I think he's got Sildra, but I think he just wants a 13 forward in his hand. So attempts to go to combat. Presumably, are we doing Ramu? Ramu, so we'll say 7k to Lightning, break the Blue Worm. Yep. And then swing it with Lightning, and then we're going to crack Vincent to finish off Lightning. Do we have anything to play in hand from it? I don't think we do. No, we've got Onion Knight. Can Sildra get us a 13? We could cast Sildra on the stack, which we're doing. If there is a Water 13 card, yeah, other Lightning. Nice. Very nice. Does she have to dull herself when she comes in, or does she say opponent controls? Let me pull this one up. Lightning, forward, in water. So we'll go ahead and get... when lightning enters the field, choose a forward. Opponent controls dull it draw. So we won't get the card draw, but she will essentially replace herself with the haste. So, yep, we'll play that for free. Going with the lightning. Hit. Didn't see what it was for damage. Nice. So we mitigated that a little bit. Oh, man. But Creon has one card on board and just nothing else to do. And that was a pass from Michael. Didn't have anything either he wanted to do or he could do. So Lightning's going to attempt to come in as well. Do we have a Ramu? No Ramu or something to deal with a dull? Ixion, yeah. Now the Ixion matters. So we either pass here or we finally play down a Sarah. Yep. Man, Creon is just living aggressively here. We'll get that Princess Sarah, which means finally we've been forced to slow down. If he could have kept that lightning pressure on, maybe. There's Mr. X-Death. If that is 20, I think this game is about to come to a screeching halt. 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. Ooh, that's not good. 10. Yeah, we've got half of it just on Creon's side. I don't 100% know Mike's break zone, but I'll be amazed if that wasn't enough. Okay, it wasn't enough, actually. Still, it's a big 10K body that says, hey, deal with this. So, all right. Creon says, okay, time to pump the brakes a little bit. I do believe Mike is on 4 damage, by the way. I don't think we can see that last one, but... halfway through the game, Creon is like, you know what? Let's build some resources. Let's build some backups. Kryl will remove all those summons, and yep, that will add to X-Death's total. Ooh, very nice. Yeah, I think that pretty much ends it right here, right? We're going to be forced to give up the Sarah or the lightning. Give up the Sarah. Well, we do have a lightning. Okay. So we'll send X-Death Pack and say, hey, you like the Void so much, right? You like all those removed from game cards? Yeah, well, why don't you go join them, sucker? I mean, that was a good top deck that kept us alive. And we have 2 lightning in hand, so we can schemata change. Now, without another forward, that doesn't do a whole lot, but we can also just keep it alive, if nothing else. It is the army of 1. Another X-Death. Oh, boy. Okay, so we can schemata change here. So what'll happen? Well, schemata change will come in. X-Death effect will go on the stack first. Lightning will come in. So Lightning can remove the X-Death. And then we could either just give up the Lightning or we could give up the Sarah. The Princess Sarah. So, yep, we're going to schemata change. Or attempt to. He's going to try to stop this with a summon. But we have another one in hand. Yep. So we're going to pay, say, 7,000 to the Lightning. Ramu should get removed from game because it's being used by Kryl. And we just schemata change again. Reveal that. Come back. Get rid of X-Death. That Ramu needs to be removed from the game. Since it was used by Kryl. And there's damage 5. I don't know if I really have much of a way to... I'll try to message my one person there. I'm trying to pay attention at the same time, sorry. I don't know if it'll actually even matter, but still... Yep, Aranea comes down, breaks the last of the lightnings. Creon has a completely empty board. This is not looking good. Or was the Ramu, did the Ramu come from his hand? And hello, any of us joining? Not that it's really going to matter at this point, because Creon has a completely empty field. I mean, Kuja kills Kryl. That's not terrible. I can't see his damage either. I'm going to have to get another die, try to keep track of this all. I think he's on damage 1, right? No, he doesn't even put down the Kuja. Huh. Hits an Odin EX burst. Bonus burst. Good old 7 cost Odin. Leaves the Kryl up. Potentially has some summons. Kuja will now break the Kryl. Is he going to cancel this with... Well, what could cancel it? Mist Dragon isn't going to protect it. He's casting Kusith to get back the Kryl? Does that work that way? Doesn't he have to target it when he casts it? Hold on. I thought Kusith had to declare its target on cast. Oh, that's right, but Kryl can suspend it, right? Kryl doesn't have to use it immediately. Kryl just says put it to the side. So what you can do is you can let it go to the break zone and then use the Kusith. Here comes the man in black. We'll get back the Kusith. Yeah, you can just cast it this turn. So yes, that does work if you let the Kryl fully die, and then cast the Kusith to get it right back. How's it been so far? It's been going fine. Nice quick day, of course. You know, these store championships are a lot shorter than what's it called? Than like a full Materia Cup. There was a lot of 13 in the Swiss rounds. I believe there's only one category 13 deck left in the upper rounds. I mean, if you count this army of 1 deck, I mean, it does have 13 characters in it, but that's not like what most people normally think of as category 13, right? And Creon got that early Sildra canceled by a Mist Dragon, and he just went full aggression after that. I mean, he put some damage on him, but without the resources to back him up. And he had the Sarah, so he could have done something else. So here comes Lightning for no effect. That doesn't feel super great. Of course, if we have a schemata change in hand, which looks like maybe we do. I see Odin, Echidna. He doesn't have a schemata change. I wonder... Maybe you should have Echidna? Maybe, I don't know. Maybe it's not that good if you can't keep. See, he got that Ram, but I don't think he should be able to use that Ramu. That Ramu, I believe, should have been RFG'd from the Kryl usage earlier. Yeah. Yep, exactly. Okay, good. They caught it. Thank you, Jeremy, or whoever said that. Yeah, because he used it earlier from that Kryl. So, get back Hecaton. Good follow-up nonetheless. And with Man in Black. Oh, there's a bonus burst. All right, Odin. Odin is how you win this game, right? Odin's just going to keep coming down. And if you keep bursting Odins and they kill your forwards, that's how you get your opening. It'd be kind of funny if you just like Hecatons the board here right now. I mean, you could just get back the Man in Black, right, with the Kusith. Yep. Yeah, tale as old as time here. And guess who's coming right back? It's a Kusith. Or, sorry, it's a Man in Black off the Kusith, which actually would bring the Kusith right back, wouldn't it? Here comes Man in Black. Let me guess. Gonna grab Mr. Kusith again. There it is. All right, Creon, now what do? You got rid of it once. Yeah, he just came right back. We don't have any return breakstone hate in a Water Lightning deck like this. We have Ixion isn't going to do it. That Odin isn't going to do it. Null would give us... Null would be, what, a 7k on attack? That's not helpful. I mean, you could... You could... If he's on 5, though, you could go for lethal, right? You use the Kuja, you dull the Man in Black. Well, he can just cast the summon, though, is the problem. Yeah, he can just cast a summon and say Lightning or Null can't attack is the issue. That's just not going to work. Ooh, unless we grab that Lightning, which we can't play right now, though, while our Lightning is on the field. Do you force it out of him? Do you... I don't know. You could play the Null, and again, you could threaten the lethal, crack the Kuja. Again, you are going to force him to do something, but... Kuja's going to dull Man in Black. He does it without presenting the Null. Mike takes point of damage. Cannot see what it is. Put it off the screen, but he should be on 6. If I've been keeping count correctly, and granted, I've been trying to do everything at once, so it's very possible I'm a little distracted, but he should be on 6. His deck's getting awful thin there, too. Did he hit an EX burst? It looked like I don't think he pulled a card out of it, but maybe a Tyro? Are we going to schemata change? What would that do? So if we schemata change, she'll come back in at the end of the turn. But the Man in Black is just a solo forward, so it won't trigger the Lightning. And yeah, Sildra, Althea are technically banned next week on the 28th is the day the ban officially goes into play. So we did schemata change there. Huh. I'm not sure what that accomplished. Because, I mean, I guess we just really wanted the blocker. I mean, but sure, yeah, you've got Man in Black, right? You can just say cast Kusith, Lightning can't block anyway. Was he going to be over hand size? Is that why like he felt like he had to use a card anyway? Well, there's Cisne. Cisne's going to dump probably something huge, a Shantoto. And then the Lightning dies there anyway. Like, yeah, why? I'm very confused. No, because we've only got 3 in hand. I mean, I don't know. Either I missed something or either I missed something or he did a very strange schemata change there with no effect. Man in Black will go ahead and load up a Mist Dragon, and at this point, it's even with an EX burst, which it doesn't look like we got one. I mean, I do believe Michael's on damage 6, so if you can sneak something, but with the mana, like, you have to get the Man in Black off the field before you commit anything. Because he just says he can't attack or block. Yeah, Kusith can't attack or... Yeah, and we just had no removal. We had... I wonder if we should have played the Echidna earlier, maybe gotten back a different Odin. Because if we could have blasted it off the board before any of those, Null could have come in, potentially remove something. But yeah, but it's too far past that point now. Michael opts not to attack. Or no, he's checking his brakes. He's checking the remove from game. I was like, surely you just keep letting this Kusith recycle over and over again. Cisne, I believe, is brave as well, so Cisne can also attack pretty safely. I mean, you're hair worried about the Odins, but if you recur the Kusith anyway, then you can just reload up again with Man in Black. No, instead we're just going to go for something big. Oh, nice. Just paying for chaos. Let's just get rid of your board. I'll take your Knoll, which has haste, by the way. We're going to break Cisne. Yeah. And then dull Man. Yeah, very nice. The Knoll trigger will dull the Man in Black. Well, Creon protected it as much as he possibly could. But now we have a Toneberry and Echidna, and I can't even tell what that last card is. Checking the deck count, but I don't think this one's going to deck out. Is that Rick? Oh, it's a Chimera. Okay. Which I believe would mean he'd have to sacrifice his own Lumina. Yep, so Echidna attempt to get... I mean, we can just Mistdragon this too if we're really afraid of the Odin, which I don't think we are. Well, we're trying. We're holding on, but... There's just so... Yeah, we're just attempting to not lose here. I don't see how we win. Michael would essentially have to just play everything out. Leave no options for himself, which of course he's not going to do. He'd have to dump his whole hand, tap all his backups, tap his whole board, and then maybe you can counter with a hasty sneaker, but I don't think Michael's going to make that play. There's Kusith once again. Should have had a Kusith counter for this game. See how many times we use it. Lumina into damage. I think that's damage 4. Unfortunately, I can't really see their damage zones, but... Here comes his own Knoll, which will go ahead and bop with the Odin. We're just going to cancel that with Mistdragon. Yep. And we'll take a blue one into damage. I think that's 5. He just scoops it up anyway. So maybe that was going to be lethal, or maybe you just decided to call it quits. All right, so game 1 goes to Michael. Let's see. Game 1 to Mr. Powell there. And Creon will try to bounce back in this second game. I mean, he never got set up right. He was playing so aggressive, and I just don't know if that's going to work against this deck. I think you need to be, you'd have to have 13 level of aggression that you're threatening to kill them on turn 2, turn 3. Like, I don't think just poking in with a single forward, that's just too slow. This deck is going to have time to set up and get its sweepers and get Man in Black and start those recycling chains going. So So ideally, we'd like to see Creon set up a little more, because I think his deck has got a lot of kick. The only thing it's really lacking is break zone removal to stop these summon cycles. But you know, those lightnings can be quite threatening. Yeah, once that soldier got canceled, he was like, nope, step on the gas. All gas, no brakes. Gonna give a nice shuffle up here. And it looks like, so we do have a report from the other match against Tori Kelly. Looks like Will Coghill took that match with Category 13. So Category 13 is awaiting whichever one of these gentlemen can make it to the finals. Which, as I just said, like if you wanted to beat this Earth Lightning early, right, you've got to have 13 level of aggression. So if Michael can succeed and make it through to the finals, he will have that level of aggression waiting for him. Or we'd see a kind of a strange, not a mirror match, but a similar match back and forth with Army of 1 versus 13. So unfortunately, Tori Kelly's Monster Mash day came to an end in the top 4, but he was already qualified. And we got to see, just look how awesome it looked right on the stream. Nice fist bump. Will this be? Well, we have one more match between, wait, no? Okay, never mind. I guess. Huh. Well, either they played so quickly that none of our eyes could perceive it and the match ended, or one of the players just conceded. I would assume, I'll let you know if I hear any info. I would assume Creon conceded to Michael. That would be kind of odd if Michael won that only to then just quit. Maybe an emergency came up. One of them had to leave. I don't know. Not 100% sure what happened there. I'll see if Jeremy can't get me an update. And Michael isn't moving, so to me that implies that he won, and so he's going to take on Will in Category 13 in the finals. Here we go. Maybe I've got an update here. Okay, so actually what happened was there is an automatic game loss for Creon game 2. There were only 49 cards in the deck, so the game is over. Oh my. Oh, well so we're just moving on to the grand finals then. Huh. Well, that sucks. I wonder if that was like that the whole tournament, or if something happened, like someone Zadained him and he never got his card back. I remember something similar happened to Hunter Nance sometime last year. I will give you more info on that as I hear it. Give me a second. Let me get all these. This is why you normally want a team of. So while one person's like updating all the stats, the other person can get all the info, and I got to do it all together. So just bear with me here, folks. This should be Will Coghill. Yeah, and I don't know if he caught that himself or Michael caught that or what happened there. Okay. So this should be the grand finals. Michael Powell versus Will Coghill. He was indeed playing one card short. Let me see. Will has the blue sleeves. Okay. Yep. Yeah, I don't know. I don't know more of the details, just that it was an automatic game loss because he was down a card. So here we go. This shouldn't be too long of a finals. One way or the other. It'll be 13 versus... Michael is undefeated through Swiss, so he will get to go first. He knows he's going against 13. So he'll probably be looking for Shantoto, Hecaton Kyre, all those big sweeper cards, which we already seen one in hand. That's got to make him feel pretty good. Pitching 3 for Rydia. We get rid of a Hecaton, but we're probably going to go get another one. I would imagine we're going to get Seymour here, as well as Hecaton. Might even just play that Seymour right away, and if there's a relevant burst, stack it on top, knowing it's very possible our opponent could be hitting us this turn. Sometimes not. Sometimes 13 doesn't always attack that very first turn. Just kind of depends on how they want to play it. Yep, so we will get Seymour and a second Hecaton. We're showing the sweeper in hand. Immediately, oh, we had Seymour in hand as well. That's kind of funny. Seymour for Seymour. So do you stack a burst on top? A lot of info for Will, right? So you always have to kind of be prepared for a Hecaton or a Shantoto in a matchup like this, but when you know it's there 100%, you see them search it out. Might change how you play. Maybe you'll take it just a hair slower. Obviously, you're probably not going to commit the full board. And what did he get to put on top? Can't quite tell because of the glare. Ixion. Yeah, that's a good one too. See, now Ixion's one you wouldn't mind hitting into damage. So a null here would actually be quite nice. Get rid of the Ixion. You don't have to worry about it later. Lightning works as well, though then you've got an Exposer. Where are we going in for the Hope? We are. We are going to go in for Hope. Hope could search null. Yeah, I wonder if he's thinking that too. He's like, all right, well, if you're going to put a non-burst on top, then I am going to go take that out. Now, if we do commit the null, we are going to lose both these forwards probably on the next turn. To the heck. So that is the one thing as opposed to just committing the null by itself. I wonder if we should have kept the Reeve and just play the null off the Reeve. Like, you know he can't Mistdragon you. And that way, at least, when the null dies next turn, presumably, you get your Reeve backup back. I mean, obviously it costs one extra, but then you got a backup to work with, so... I'm not sure. Yes, presumably here comes the Sweeper. Now, the only good news for Will for that is that while he will lose his entire board, that would also mean Michael pretty much can't do anything else this turn. No, he's going to be patient. Oh, that's interesting. And he didn't have a backup. Like, I could kind of understand being patient if he, you know, just took a turn to curve out a little more, but... So he's either got a Ramu, something he's going to do on Will's turn, or he just didn't like his draw and didn't want to commit the Hecaton yet. Yeah, Will's got to be thinking too, why would he do that? That is very suspicious. Here comes null. Hits it a damage. We hit a Reeve. Hey, there's a little bonus burst action. So we'll go search out Vincent. Vincent will clean up this null. So we may actually not even have to commit the Hecaton yet. Very good hit for Michael there. And surely we'll attack with null or Hope as well, right? Yep. Here comes Mr. Hope. Michael giving him the finger guns. Like, hey, come on. Hit the second one, please. And hits Vanille, looks like. Yep. And that's it. And Will's happy to not commit more to the board. Yeah, the Vincent's going to be huge here. You can clean up the null, and you can still just hold on to the Hecaton Kyre. Now, the one thing you have to be careful of is that if you just like leave an open board and you have nothing to do on his turn, Will could surprise out of nowhere. You're dead with a lightning null Y'shtola combination. There goes the Vincent. And passes back, yeah. Now he is happy to take his time. We could Reeve into the null, either force out a Mistdragon. I like that, because then you get a backup. If you can get him to 5 damage, then he's got to really be careful, because then you can just pop out and kill him from anywhere. I wouldn't commit the Y'shtola yet, for sure. Yep, we are going to Reeve. Reeve's going to try to get back null. Does Michael have a Mistdragon? No, he says that's good. And we're going to try to put him to 5. We still got Vanille. Yeah, we've got a good follow-up turn next time if this null dies. Yeah, okay, so I'm guessing it's going to be Ramu. Yep, Ramu for Ramu. We'll dull the Hope. We'll kill the null. But hey, it means we get our Reeve backup back and we force the Ramu out of him. Pretty even for both players there. I think they're both okay with that. Michael keeps himself alive. Will didn't lose too much. We've got the Hecaton. We've got our own Reeve. I don't know how many targets we're going to have left for that Reeve, as we've already pulled out at least one Vincent. Are we committing a Toto? Man in Black. Okay, there you go. All right, now things get interesting as this card just gets to kind of do whatever he wants to. Yep, and a Ramu. And between the Ramu and the Man in Black triggers itself, like, Michael's just going to have... He's just going to have a field day. A Bahamut off the top here. We do have Amaterasu. That's interesting. So we could play Y'shtola. And then if he tries to Man in Black us, we could Amaterasu the trigger. And so the Man in Black will die to the Y'shtola. Could also play Vanille. Go get Lightning. Although again, you know he's gonna cast this Ramu if like the Lightning comes down, and the Lightning or the Ramu would still kill the Lightning. We'd have to have Lightning to present any sort of lethal, but I don't think you necessarily even go if you can get Man in Black off the field. You could also Y'shtola. Again, you're gonna have to. I don't think we have enough to both Y'shtola and Phoenix and Amaterasu, because you could Amaterasu and Phoenix. That would clean up the Man in Black. Oh, we had Larkishus. Oh, why not just drop Larkishus on Man in Black? Ah, man. Yeah. So maybe we're gonna see if he'll bait it out. Yeah, I didn't realize we had Larkishus in hand. I kind of like you just drop that, just get him off the field. Like, okay, and let him spend a Ramu to keep Hope from attacking for a turn. Yeah, I don't know, man. Larkishus was such a clean answer to Man in Black there. And then once he's gone, like, yeah, he can still cast the Ramu, but... I mean, you can now this Amaterasu is insanely expensive. You're going down a one card in hand. I mean, you'll kill him. I almost feel like you have to do it now. Like, you can't just let him. You can't let him start attacking you again. No, okay, I guess we're going to. Yeah, man. If that were me, I would have Larkishus in a heartbeat. In a heartbeat. That's such a clean answer to that card. And there's nothing you can do about it. Like, what, you can Ramu in response. That doesn't do anything. Yeah, I'd be curious to hear Will's thought process on that, too. What he was aiming. Obviously, if the Y'shtola could have gone in, that would have been huge. But, like, I just don't think there was any way Michael was ever going to let that happen. Going to go for the Hecaton. We could Amaterasu this. Yeah, that's not bad. So, and if this goes for damage, then the Y'shtola will finish off the Man in Black, which is pretty sweet. So we're going to pitch Phoenix and Sid Reigns. Amaterasu. No, well, just no, let it... Will, what are you doing? Just let him hit you for damage. The Y'shtola would ping the Man in Black and finish it off. Oh, man, like, he didn't need to lose his hope there. Oof. Well, we have Y'shtola. I think now you play out this Y'shtola again, and you just kind of kill your own Y'shtola because... So you play out your Y'shtola, you take another point of damage, but you can kill off your own Y'shtola. Well, here's the thing, though. That Y'shtola would trigger 2, right? So they would kill each other. So actually, you can't do that. Never mind. Yeah, he just should have let the Man in Black hit him for damage, and then he could have kept the hope, would have killed Man in Black. And then, yeah, he drops chaos, but then you just give him hope. Be like, okay, here you go. Have this hope. I mean, he's considering Vanille. Vanille could get you Lightning, although Lightning would trade with Chaos currently. Okay, so he does go for Y'shtola. So, yeah, I mean, they're just going to suicide each other. Like, Oh, man. Oh, boy. Well, we hit him to 4, and they're both in top deck mode. But Chaos is going to start returning that damage. There's the Dane. Wouldn't have minded seeing him, although we don't have any win. Okay, we have Godot and Null. That's pretty good if we don't have a counter. Or Vanille. We actually pitched Vanille for... We don't have lethal here because he's only on 4 damage. Godot plays it. I wonder if instead you just do Godot into Null. Put him to 5. I mean, you're still making him find it. I guess he's got the Vincent though. The Vincent can just whack anything for 7. Man, oh man, oh man. And we are going in on the Null, even with the Vincent up. Maybe we're saying, all right, use it. Go ahead, get rid of a backup, or show me you got a Ramu in hand. Clearly, Michael has something. Yeah, that's something all right. I mean, we avoided the discard of the Arc. I guess that's not terrible. But Michael's feeling pretty good here. He's got a Mist Dragon in hand. Did he draw another Arc? I can't tell what that last card is. Cisne, actually. And do we have a card to discard? Nope. Cisne's just going to go in, and now we are the ones putting the damage on. There's 4. It's looking awful grim for 13, going to 5. Another Vanille. I mean, you've got the Imperialaga, but you can't use it and the Lightning. I mean, you could put out the Lightning, but the most you can put him to is 6. The Imperialaga doesn't do a ton for you. You can't even cast the other Vanille. And if Michael has any sort of removal, he just wins. So, yeah, I think this is kind of your only hope. Do we have a counter? Yep, we got the Fenrir. Bye-bye, Lightning. And we just scoop it up. We technically wouldn't have died that turn, assuming Michael didn't draw any removal, but man, if Will had sequenced that Man in Black turn differently, I think he could have gotten this one. So he will get to go first this time. But it is good for Michael right now. He never even used the Hecaton, right? It was just the threat of it, just knowing it's there, but he never even had to use it. Never even had to use it. Yeah, because like let's say he had done the Man in Black, he lets it go through to damage. Boom, he pings it with Y'shtola. You can bring down the Chaos, but again, you're probably just getting hope at that point. And then, I mean, you wouldn't have been able to Y'shtola. I don't know how the next turn would have played out, but the hope is just a body, like, right? It doesn't actually do anything. Michael on the cusp of a store championship win. Oh, and we've got some prize data to report as well. Aside from all the normal prizes of a store championship, let's see. I am told first place will earn $336, second will earn $168, and third place will earn $56 in addition to Square Enix prizing. So a little extra, a little extra something. Send you on your way as we wrap up here with this. This is going to be the final match of the day for our store championship out here in West Virginia. Major thanks to Four Horsemen Comics and Gaming. Jeremy Reckon, my partner down there in the store, feed me all the info. And any of you watching, really appreciate it. Glad to have you here. Sorry if it's not a super fancy setup today. Kind of threw it together at the last minute this morning because I wasn't expecting to stream it, but no big deal. Happy to have you here. Happy to be bringing it to you. And can 13 bring this back to a decisive game 3, or is Michael just going to have a clean sweep this day? And say, sir, you do not threaten me. There goes Nolan Phoenix for Hope. Are we going for the classic opening?
kind of want to see the classic opening. But, of course, it all depends on what your opponent has. He's checking. He's considering the Fang. I don't see Light Lightning in hand. So Vanille. Again, this is kind of a hard matchup for 13 just because there's so many sweepers in Michael's deck between the Hecaton and the Toto and the... Oh, man, we're going all in. Okay. We're saying, all right, I hope he doesn't have a sweeper. I can't fully see Michael's hand, so we'll see. He's going to draw 2 for turn. Are we going to see pitch Toto? Or we got to curve out? Hecaton or Toto will clean this board up. Or are we just going to have to try to plan out some backups and hope we draw into him? Yeah, Will's checking that too. He's like, okay, hold on. How much am I? Yep, we do have the Toto. Turn 1 Toto. We do get rid of Kusev and several other cards. We still have the Lightning in hand. Drawn to Ishtola. I think that's why against a deck like this, I don't really want to commit the Fang. I think that's why I just like the standard. Because if you had just done Vanille Hope, if you had just done that opening, he Totos, but he only gets rid of 2 cards on board. You have a bigger hand. You've still got the Lightning protected. If he doesn't Toto, you're getting off the big 13 play. You're putting him to 4 damage. You're drawing extra cards. You could potentially have the Amaterasu for it. Like, if the Fang protected you from Hecaton, I'd like that a little better too, but the Fang doesn't keep you alive through the Hecaton Kyre, so it's kind of... The only time the Fang matters is if they have, like, Vincent and Ramu's, and they don't have any of those, so... There is Reeve. Reeve could get us back one of these nulls. I don't hate that, actually. It gets you a backup. That way, if it gets swept on the next turn... Ixion would feel really bad right now, but I mean, you have 1 card on the board, so if your opponent's got it, your opponent's got it. Could also play the Vanille. Vanille won't die to the Ixion without a kicker. Do we have the other null, or do we just have that null? I like the Reeve if we have the other null that can attack, because ideally you want to draw a card back. If not, you honestly probably just go Lightning, just attack with Lightning, and that's it. Here comes Lightning, point of damage. And it's a bonus burst. We'll stack whatever summon we want on top. Probably Hecaton Kyre. Maybe Ixion too. A lot of good choices. Bursts are very much in Michael's favor today. And he is more than happy to take those. Will probably doesn't appreciate as much. Ixion, a nice clean one. So now Ixion will threaten if we put those nulls out. I think you're just patient. Yeah, I think you just either wait a turn or you slam out the Vanille, but what does the Vanille get you? What would you even go in? He's going to do it. Yeah. It's risky. A Hecaton cleans this up really nicely. Do you get Hope here? Who do you even get to help protect you? Goes for Fang, actually. Huh. I almost wonder if you go for Lightning Null. Just to, again, threaten the Haster. So Vincent can come down. Can't kill anything on its own. I mean, Ixion, again, easily handles the Lightning. And that Fang. And I guess that's why my concerns about the Fang is You know he's got the Ixion in hand, and Fang's just going to be one more body for Ixion to clean up. Yeah, we just pass. Michael's like, go ahead, please. And we drew Fang anyway. Oh, my goodness. I mean, we've got Bahamut for all the good that does us. Like, yeah, so you do not commit this Fang here, or you were just asking Ixion to clean that. Go to combat. Ixion's going to stop the lightning. So we will not get a card draw. Vanille will at least get in for a point of damage. Michael hits a Vincent, looks like. Yep, and we just pass back. You got to be feeling pretty good when you're Michael when you can just pass like you did last turn and be like, yeah, I don't need to commit anything else. This is going to do what I want it to do. We've only taken 3. We're in no real danger as long as we always have something to do on our opponent's turn, which this deck has plenty of things to do on our opponent's turn. There's Mr. X-Death. Had to pay full price for it as we have no reductions currently. I don't think he's going to be enough. Maybe. There's a lot of characters there. He'll at least be 10k. Yeah, Vanille isn't going to go anywhere. Ooh, there's Larketius. There's a Dane for Larketius. Yep, there you go. That's what we should have done that Man in Black last game. And Larketius coming back with a vengeance for X-Death this game. Now what else do we have? We could do Fang. That doesn't really do a whole lot for us. So I think you just swing in with Vanille. Keep slowly putting him up. Point of damage is Miss Dragon, it looks like. If I saw that correctly. Michael is now on 4. All right, so now we're kind of getting into that. Maybe we can just surprise kill you territory. Ooh, 5. Is this Hecaton? There's Man in Black. All right. Michael says, don't mind if I do. Gonna get Ixion. Yeah, a good one. Luckily, it doesn't hit anything currently, but will still threaten if that Fang ever comes out. We do have Bahamut in hand, so... Yeah, I wonder if you just... Now, what's his face? General Leo is kind of a funny counter, right? That actually, no, you can't cast any of these summons. Granted, you're forced to block everything then, so I don't think that's quite a good idea. I think you just Bahamut here, right? Michael may have Miss Dragon in hand still, so unfortunately it won't succeed, but I mean, Will doesn't know that, so I don't think we've seen a Miss Dragon get revealed that way. Because what else do you have? You have the Sid Reigns, I think it's got to be 4 or less, if I'm not mistaken, on Sid Reigns. So he's not going to be enough. The Fangs just are fodder for the Ixion. So based on what you're... If you play something this turn, you either legit just take a turn off and then let him start getting more summon value, or you try to Bahamut him. He does commit to the Fang. That is very strange, huh? Yeah, I mean, I think you just pass with 5 in hand, right? Like, what you don't even have the buff online for the Fang. You don't have. I know he's got another one in hand, but I mean, yeah, you're just asking to just get eaten up by the Ixion. And the Vincent too. Like, the Vincent now has a target. Gonna take our first point of damage. It's Mr. Knoll. Michael punches back. And we're just going to pass again. Yeah, Michael feels under no pressure to actually have to put anything on the board, especially when you have these summons just waiting there saying, I can kind of do whatever I want. We drew another Larketius. We do have a Phoenix. But what do we have? Do we have Zidane in the break zone? I don't hate the Zidane, although, again, he's just going to get bopped by Ixion immediately. You'd get to look at his hand, at least. For whatever that would be worth. Or, you know what? Maybe you just jam out General Leo here. Jam out General Leo. Immediately shut off the summons. Yeah. Say, actually, all of your tricks don't work. Okay, but you gotta punish him for this. Fang come. Oh, okay, yeah, that's right. So there he goes to 5. Is that an EX burst? It's an RNA. Oh my goodness. A bonus burst. Take this man to a casino. Poor Fang. Fang could have put him to 6, and then you're in that Y'shtola territory. And this General Leo is going to be forced to block, so it was a good try, but that's going to get punished awful quick. Unless Michael's kind enough to, no, I don't know what he'd do. The General Leo was a cool little surprise counter there, but yeah, just didn't matter. The thing is, too, it's really hard to even do like a surprise Y'shtola as long as this man in black is on the field. Like, you have to get this card off the field. So that's why I wonder, instead of the Fang 2 turn, maybe we should just try to commit the Bahamut. Again, even if he has Mist Dragon, he has to burn a lot. That would have taken him to almost, I think, maybe no cards in hand. Maybe 1. To stop that. We're just going to raw pay for Arc. That's pretty funny. Dump his hand. Goodbye, Fang. We're starting over from scratch. Zidane, which we cannot use, and Caius, which we cannot use. Pass back. Nothing like the old casual Arc. Are we going to just recur it? And there's a Mist Dragon. There's Lumina. And so this is looking pretty over in favor of Michael. Well, would love to go for a sneaky play, but I mean, you could do Caius into Zidane here. Again, it'll probably die immediately to Ixion, but hey. Yeah, it looks like that's what he's going to do. Caius Ballard comes down. Plays Zidane. Says, I would like to see your hand, sir. We could have technically responded with Arc if we had it and discard it before it got dropped, which is kind of funny. So Zidane says, all right, let me see what you got. And he says, all right, well, before that, let me make sure I destroy you utterly. There is, what is that? Oh, Fenrir, yep. So Fenrir will break a multi-element. Caius can't attack and says, here, I have Sonnen and Ramu. Would you like one of these? I mean, both of those are bad for Will. I mean, the Sonnen basically says you can't ever attack, so I guess you get rid of that one. Michael will draw a card, and we pass back. Oof. Dude, and if this Caius dies now, here's the risk. If Caius dies, we're going to have to sacrifice Larketius, which means X-Death is going to come back. And then we'll have no board. And that'll really be the final nail in the coffin. I want to see the game 3, but I don't know. It's looking an awful lot like victory for Michael here. And he's doing all of this off of a very minimum amount of backups. Like, he has not put down another backup since that turn 1 Toto and the Reeve. Cisne is going to go ahead and discard Man in Black. Are we going to get back the Ramu? Yep. We're going to get back Ramu. Immediately cast it. 7k to Caius. Goodbye, Caius. Caius will have to sacrifice Larketius. That means X-Death is coming back. X-Death, remove all the characters from the break zone. Ooh. Oh, my goodness. Brutal. It's like, well, I have 2 backups and 3 forwards and 3 summons in reserve, and you have no field. I believe this is going to be the old extend of the handshake. Yep, as we draw a General Leo and Amaterasu, 2 unplayable cards, and Mr. Michael Powell will be your store champion at the West Virginia Store Championship. Congratulations, Michael. Michael, you absolutely earned it. You crushed your opponents. I don't know if he dropped a game today. I know he was undefeated after Swiss. I don't know if he went to... I think someone said game 3 did occur in some of the other matches, so he must have lost at least 1 game. But yeah, he was putting on a clinic today. Was not slowing down for anyone. Will, you'll have to settle for 2nd place, but a major congrats to you nonetheless for getting as far as you did. 2nd is nothing to be ashamed of. No, that is not shabby at all. So let me get a final call. Champion. Well, if I could spell. There we go. Michael Powell win. Congratulations. All right. Well, I believe we will. I'll put up these final displays just so everyone can see them. But that's pretty much going to be us wrapping up for this West Virginia Store Championship. Michael Powell is your winner with Earth Lightning, defeating Will Coghill in the finals, Final Fantasy 13. Yeah, we had automatic game loss on stream. We got to see some water, some different 13, kind of a Soiree Warrior Light mix. Got to see that awesome Monster Mash. It was fun. So major thanks to Four Horsemen Comics and Gaming for hosting, allowing us to be on here and stream this. Big thank you to my buddy Jeremy on the battlefield there for giving me all the information. And for anyone watching, I appreciate it. Again, kind of threw this together this morning, so hopefully it was at least enjoyable to watch and presentable. I will probably do a supercut version of this on my channel just to cut out all the in-between and just get these pure matches. So maybe look forward to that coming out this week, maybe even later today if I've got the time. Okay, and if for anyone still listening too, I have some news on the top 4 for when the game loss was awarded, which is that it looks like he only played 1 game without the card. It fell on the floor in top 8 match, so it wasn't the whole day. That's unfortunate. That's that's not how you want your day in finals to end. Always count your cards. I know when I do my pile shuffle, I always make sure to count them because I'm always paranoid about, what if you lose a card, right? Anyway, thanks to Jeremy. Thank you to West Virginia Store Championship, Four Horsemen Comics and Games. Thanks to everyone watching. This is Travis Rudros Pfeiffer. We're going to go and sign off for the day. I could use some dinner because I'm certainly hungry for it. And yeah, I hope you have enjoyed watching this as much as I have enjoyed bringing it to you. Thanks to Jeremy again for all his work on the ground. And congratulations again to Michael Powell for winning and to everyone who got their national invite today. It was a fun day. And enjoy Opus 20 as it officially launches this coming Friday. We'll see what happens in the upcoming store championships and Materia Cups with all those awesome new cards. I'm going to be signing off. Thanks so much for watching. Appreciate you all. Have a lovely, lovely day. And until next time, take care.